Come on.
Let's go.
Hello and welcome to the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. And this year promises to be a series of races across the globe that will deliver records, bigger numbers, more competitors, bigger smiles, and a family affair that is matched by no other. Yes, this is the Wings for Life World Run, a global movement with participants taking part in event locations or running individually with the app and our amazing audio app experience. The countdown is beginning. The nerves are starting to get a little high. The adrenaline is pumping for many. We are just a few moments away from the start of the biggest running race in the world, and the Wings for Life World Run global family is ready to go. Record number one. We're over 30% up from last year. 265,000, over 250,000 are running across the globe for those who can't. North America to South America, all the way down under to Oceania, up and through the countries of Asia. Africa has a huge participation base and has some brilliant runners to go with it. You can feel the love coming from Europe as everybody gets behind the Wings for Life World Run in our spectacular day of celebration. Let's take a close look at the 7 flagship runs, starting with the hottest ticket in Austria right now. This is Vienna in Austria, 13,500 sold out capacity run. And just look at these for good vibes. It is absolutely magnificent out there right now. 7 times hosting the Wings for Life World Run is the capital city of Slovenia. Ljubljana, again, spectacular pictures, a spectacular vista we will see throughout this run. But there is the family, there are the runners, and right in the heart of the Olympic Park in Munich, Germany, these guys are running for those who can't. Dreams, desires are all being fulfilled right now. They're speaking to each other as if they were one. They are together. We are one. We are the Wings for Life World Run, ready to rumble in 2024. This is another spectacular event. We're heading to Poznan in Poland. These guys have been with the Wings for Life World Run since our very first race in 2014. But, and I say but, watch this one carefully. There are some real speedy runners inside there, and there are 1 or 2 competitors in the Poznan event that have their eyes on the global prize. Zadar in Croatia. It's got to be one of the most beautiful runs on the Wings for Life World Run. Look at the color of that ocean. Don't you wish you were in there? Or do you wish you were out there running for the Wings for Life World Run? And if not, then why not make a donation to this spectacular quest of finding the cure for spinal cord injury? Now, Zug in Switzerland, at the heart of some of the Swiss Alps as well. We'll see a lot of winter sport champions winning. It's also where we've seen former global winners come from Switzerland back in 1929. It's great to have Breda in the Netherlands back with us once again, this year with a flagship run close to the Belgian border. So a real mix of athletes and runners of all levels. You can be a fun runner, you can be a pro. This event is for you. So, Vienna, Munich, Zadar, Breda, Zug, Poznan and Ljubljana are the flagship runs. but it's the app runners that make up these massive figures and take us over 250,000 runners for 2024. They have this wonderful audio experience with the unique catch-a-car driver as well as a Mr. Motivator. They are being pushed along to improve on their personal best throughout all of the run until the catch-a-car joins them. It's wonderful, and they're in groups, they're with friends, they're with families, or you can just go out there all alone. Tune in, listen to yourself for some of the wonderful, magical, inspiring words from the App Run experience.
Hola Wallrunner!
Servus, grüß euch aus Österreich.
Cześć z Polski!
Tokyoからkonbanwa.
Ciao Wallrunner!
Hi everybody, welcome to the 11th Wings for Life World Run.
Well, of course, you can run on your own as well, and I think this is why our App Run experience is so special. You can run at your own. We all start at the same time across the world, remember. But running all alone is equally important to us in our quest to find a cure for spinal cord injury. Friends, family, I don't care whether you're in a wheelchair, I don't care how good you are, how slow you are. It's all about being a part of this vibe that is just oozing right now. Look at some of these pictures, look at some of this magic. It is a very, very special moment indeed. This is no ordinary run. This is the Wings for Life World Run. It's a sport event for everyone. It is celebrating life. We are giving hope. We are spreading good vibes. We are thinking about people's dreams and desires. We are here to find a cure for spinal cord injury. And I can take you from Australia to New York, from Cape Town to Tokyo, from Gurugram in India to Zillertal in Austria. Everybody across the globe is warming up, getting ready, and ready to rumble to run for those who can't. Now, joining myself, Nick Fellows, in the Combox are two amazing expert analysts. Ladies first, Michelle Samet, expert analyst, broadcaster, commentator, journalist, Miss Encyclopedia of Athletics. Michelle, how excited are you for 2024?
I'm so excited. I think it's really going to be a record-breaking year. We've got record-breaking numbers of participants. I think we can see some records tumble in the global chart as well.
And the other side of my commentary box is the man of the moment. 3 times a global champion. Sweden, Florida, Dubai. This gentleman smashed records. 145 skydives in one day. And he was 4th in Strictly Sweden. Wow, he can dance too. You know who I mean. Aron Andersson. Welcome to the combo. It's such a pleasure to have your eagle eye over today's race.
Well, thank you so much, Nick. I'm so excited for today's race. As Michelle was saying, let's hope we can get some really good numbers from the racers this year. And also, we already raised a lot of money for spinal cord injury research, and I'm in a wheelchair myself, so this was so important for me.
Great to have Aron Andersson. It's not very often you sit next to a 3 times global champion. You have to be careful what he says. Now, this is what it's all about. Really, it is a very, very special event. But let me give you a few facts and figures. First of all, 100% of all entry fees, correct? 100% of all entry fees go to spinal cord research with the Wings for Life World Run Foundations. And let's just bring it all into perspective. 195 countries. These are our facts and figures to date. Look at the distances that we've covered, 12 million. But most importantly, and very close to my heart, is the money that we have raised. Just shy of 44 million euros since our very first race back in 2014, with over 1.293 million participants, of which we have 250,000. So we are going to smash these figures, and we are going to smash this. Look at these pictures in Vienna. Absolutely amazing. Now, if you want to know more, you want to donate, you want to become a part of our family, Wings for Life World Run, at Wings for Life World Run, hashtag Wings for Life World Run. Please, please donate. Please become a part of this magical movement. Now, viewers, come with me. This is Backstage Global Race Control for the Wings for Life World Run 2024. Our International Sports Director, Colin Jackson, 3 times a world champion. Please don't forget this gentleman's skills and achievements over the years. And Wheelchair Sports Director, Mark Herremans, another legend, triathlete, Ironman. Where do I stop? Paracommando, fireman, you can keep going on. Most importantly, Mark and Colin will keep their eyes on the competition very closely indeed. Now, Aaron, this is something that you and I chat about a lot. The weather can be the make or break in a global champion's performance.
Yeah, for a race like this, you don't want it to be too warm. I mean, for example, when I did the race in Dubai, we had 46 degrees in the start. And in the wheelchair it can be okay because we had a good tailwind, which can help. But look at Gurugram, for example. They have 41 degrees right now. That's incredibly warm. We're not going to see any really great results from that. And overlooking Europe, we have pretty warm weather. I mean, I don't know, you know more about this, Michelle, but what would you say would be the perfect temperature for runner?
I mean, there are really differences. It also depends on the type of runner that you are. The more elite you are, the lower the temperature you want. But something around 10, 11 degrees, I think, looks quite good. Weather like rain, as we're seeing here in Denmark, is also a bit of a challenge. When your feet get wet, the longer you run, you might get blisters. So it's all things that you have to consider when it comes to the weather that you're racing in.
Federica in Denmark is going through its warm-up. As Michelle has pointed out, not the most ideal of weather conditions. But we can go to the other side of the world. It will be night and it could be raining. I think the weather could be a key factor and something that we'll talk about quite a lot throughout the day today. Here in Barcelona in Spain, as you'd expect in Barcelona, the weather looking near perfect. The clock is ticking, the nerves are building, the adrenaline is pumping. We're getting closer and closer to the countdown and the start of the Wings for Life World Run. Now, there is one part of this race that A, makes it unique, B, makes it special, and for us here in the Combox, makes it real good fun. It is the Catcher Car. That's the Catcher Car in Vienna, which is driven by the snowboarding legend Anna Gasser, and it is a real fun element and makes the Wings for Life World Run so special. You get 30 minutes to run, walk, roll, wheel, whatever you want to do before these beasts come and get you. So it's a moving finish line. You haven't got a goal before you start. That Catcher Car starts coming at 11:30 UTC, and from there on in, it builds in speed every 30 minutes, and it gets quicker and quicker. Therefore, the first 30 minutes of this show not only are fantastic fun and a real celebration, but it's also an opportunity to get clear of that Catcher Car that will slowly but surely reel you in. And once the Catcher Car drives past you, you then know your race is over. And for many of these participants all over the globe, that means they head back to the start of their app run, or they head back to the start of their event and party, celebrate, enjoy a very special moment indeed. Look at this in Poznan. They are lined up, they are ready. And we are just, watch the clock on the right of your screens, please. 1 minute 20 away from the start. Germany in Munich, well, there's a lot of people thinking that the global champion could come out of Europe this year because, as Michelle has been explaining, their weather conditions are near perfect. New York, it looks a little grey and cloudy. Of course, it's dark down under in New Zealand and Australia. Houston, Texas is a night run as well. We are ready to go. Oslo in Norway. Again, there's some big celebrities out there.
Yeah, we have the racers here as well. That's so fun to see, but I just have to, we need to do a little bit of rule thing here. You can see somebody have poles that they're using in the wheelchair, which is technically not allowed. Let's just hope they're not going to be in contention for the global victory, because then they're going to be disqualified. But it's pretty strict rules like what wheelchair can have and can't. So, but we'll go more into that when we get started. Huh?
Great point, Aaron. Let's hope somebody spots that lady quickly and takes the poles off her before the race gets underway. 20 seconds and counting to the 2024 Wings for Life World Run. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen, because over 250,000 across the globe will be starting their quest and running for those who can't. The challenge is ready. The adrenaline adrenaline is bumping. We are good to go. And the Wings for Life World Run 2024, the 11th edition of this magical event, is up and running. Look at these pictures. Moments of joy for so many. People stepping out of wheelchairs and walking for the first time. Runners, wheelchair users, professionals, and just people who want to play their part in this amazing global race. 250,000 are running for those who can't. I don't know about you, Michelle, but my goosebumps are all over.
I've got goosebumps. I'm nearly crying. I think we've just barely started. I'm already an emotional mess, and I think that just sums up the emotions that this race brings.
Aaron, it's a good start yet again. You've just got to love it. All over the world, they're out there playing their part. We are inspiring the world to run for those who can't.
And I mean, goosebumps with 265,818 people. We're growing every year. This race is bigger than it's ever been, and that makes me so happy.
It means so much to so many people. And look at that. Even if you're out there just walking the dog, it's not about running. It's about running for those who can't. Raising money for spinal cord research for the Wings for Life World Run Foundation.
That's a beautiful thing with this race, is that everybody will get challenged. No matter if you're an extreme ultra runner aiming to go 60 kilometers plus, or if you're a runner maybe hoping to do around an average 10 kilometers today that a lot of people finish at. Everybody will get their own challenge, and that's the beauty with the Catcher Car.
It's a mass movement. There is no question, Michelle. There are people out there hoping to achieve the impossible. And it's very special indeed. And here is a beautiful shot of the founder of the Wings for Life World Run, Hanni Kinnegartner, and his son Hannes Heinz and Hannes there in Zillertal in Austria. It's a wonderful story.
And also the founder of the Wings for Life Foundation. The foundation that puts all these resources and money into finding a cure for spinal cord injuries. And I have a spinal cord injury myself, and it would be such an amazing feeling to be able to actually run this race one day.
And there we see really the global nature of this race as well, because as other runners around the world are running in beautiful sunshine, the guys here are running in pitch black conditions. Luckily, they've got some lights there on them. But it is also a lot more challenging on the body. When you're running, when normally at this time of night, you'd probably be lying in bed sleeping. So it just shows how important it is to so many people to be getting out in the middle of the night at the crack of dawn to just tie their shoelaces and see how far they can outrun the Catcher cars.
Yeah, I mean, we love that kind of determination to do that. And if you're an elite runner trying to do this, you've probably been up a few days in a row training at this kind of time in the evening, kind of adjusting your body clock a little bit. Because it's, as you say, it's very different.
And these are the big number flagship events. Zadar in Croatia, who's been with the Wings for Life World Run since its very inception and first competition back in 2014. We've developed the format, we've developed the rules, but it doesn't stop the people flocking to the streets of Zadar with this beautiful, picturesque run.
I actually did the race in Zadar some years ago, and as you say, it's beautiful, it's next to the sea, there's some beautiful views there, and usually the weather's pretty great.
Young and old, professionals, fun runners, amateurs, all rolling in a wheelchair. This is a race for everyone. It is sport for all. And there's a youngster enjoying every moment of it. "30 minutes, remember, before the Catcher car gets on its way and starts to reel the runners in. But these are the moments where the camaraderie, the feeling of being part of the family, is so special. I've talked to those runners, even walkers. Just being a part of this can give personal satisfaction. You're playing your role, you're giving inspiration, and you're out there trying to find a cure for spinal cord injury, which is a matter of when, not if for us. We will get there as we continue to make more and more progress with our scientific research through the years. But these are big numbers, Michelle.
I mean, just look at those images, all these little heads bobbing up and down, and just massive, massive numbers all around the world of people that have come together and that have decided they are raising vital funds for spinal cord research. And images like that are just a beautiful illustration of how much of a team effort it is, really. It might just be one person out there whose ideas, whose research might be changing a million people's lives out there. And I think that also is really illustrated by all these runners coming together.
This is Battersea Park in London, which is also brings together a big crowd. But look, they've all got their headphones on. They're all tuned into the app, Aaron.
Yep. So you can do this race as an app run or flagship runs. And as we can see, there's a lot of people in wheelchairs doing this race. Obviously, it's raising money for finding cure to spinal cord injuries. But the thing that is interesting with this race as well is that wheelchair racers are competing against runners. So we're all in one class. But the rules are pretty specific on what the wheelchair should look like. If you see marathons like Berlin Marathon or Boston Marathon, the big marathons around the world, we have special racing wheelchairs. Those wheelchairs are not allowed in the Wings for Life World Run because they weigh faster than the runner. So we're trying to make it as equal as possible. So you need to use a daily normal wheelchair.
As we take a look at the global overview, I hope you're spotting your particular country, because those numbers in about 30 minutes will start to drop. For example, Great Britain there, the 3,200 to 13,500 in Vienna in Austria. They all know that there is that 30-minute window before the catcher car, which starts out at 14 kilometers per hour, 8.7 miles per hour for its first and early speed. Now let's take a look at some of the amazing figures here. Registrations in Austria, over 58,000. Germany, 38,000. The USA, 15,000. India, 10,000. Let's get down under. Australia, 6,511. Some amazing registration figures there. Now, speaking of down under, this is the night run in Auckland, New Zealand. Looks like it's out there on a track, but again, big numbers at the start there, all enjoying running together. We're in the Westhaven Marina, I'm told here, and all kinds of personalities and special runners out there as part of the New Zealand Wings for Life World Run. I think the dogs seem to be enjoying it more than anybody else. Let's go to the Olympic Park in Germany, another regular to the Wings for Life World Run. Of course, this Olympic Park has provided so much great entertainment since its birth and inception in 1972, but part of the Wings for Life World Run. It's a very interesting run here, Michelle, in Munich, because it starts off in the park, but then it goes out into some beautiful open countryside, which I'm told the runners really like. We're always looking for Florian Neuschwander and his huge team that runs in Munich, but that track layout can be the key to success for those professional runners.
Absolutely, and as you said, it's always nice to be starting at a monumental location, something that really shows those great images. But actually, when you then get into the flow of running, you really just want to not have too much around you, not be too distracted, and that's where then the countryside becomes really, really nice in places like Munich. And as we see here in Sweden, in Stockholm as well, even though it's raining, I think the location itself, nice in the greenery, it's a beautiful course that they're running on.
And it may be raining, but it's all smiles. They've worked hard, they've prepared well, and they are enjoying every moment of it. It looks a little tight and narrow in the racetrack there in the early part of Poznan, but wow, does this city look spectacular and beautiful. Poznan, again, another city that's been with us since the beginning of the Wings for Life World Run in 2014. We're just under 10 minutes into the chase. Another 20 minutes of running before the all-important catcher cars play their part in this magical day at the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. Paris in France is another interesting track. Weather was a slight concern, but it's looking good out there today in the Bois de Vincennes, through the woods in the border of the city of Paris. It's a 3.5 kilometer circuit. The start is right in front of the famous Chateau de Vincennes. And Norway in Oslo again, looking to spot some of the celebrity runners. We know there's a few Olympic alpine and track and field stars in the mix in Oslo, so let's keep them peeled for the big names. But right now, these early stages of the race, Aaron, from an athlete, from a global champion's perspective, are you absolutely predetermined what you're looking for from your pace, from your timing, or is it, let's just go with the flow and see how it unfolds?
No way. You have every minute planned of a race like that, pretty much. I love the dinosaurs.
And when we talk about this as a race for everyone, who knew we would be having prehistoric creatures participating as well? I think
it's a new class in the competition.
Yeah, it's the Derek the Dinosaur class that we take a look at here. But again, everybody really enjoying it. Delighted to see Taipei with us as well. That is a long way down in Asia. But again, Taipei and Taiwan are all part of the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. And some wonderful quality pictures there as well from these runners. Asia is big into its running, I think it's fair to say, Michelle. Japan possibly one of the biggest, but a lot of the Asian countries really supporting and getting right behind our cause and quest.
Absolutely, and you mentioned Japan there. I mean, last year's winner, Joe Fukuda, this year decided to race in Vienna because the conditions there will be so much better for him. So that just shows his intent that he is going out there and really trying to challenge for the new global record. But as you said, such a strong culture running in Japan, such depth as well as we have in the US there. We see in Miami people running along there, but again, running such a big sport out in the US. The numbers are always really impressive, and there we can see a lot of the app runners running along the quays and the seafront there.
And I'm looking at our system right now, trying to see if we have any elite runners kind of crystallizing yet in the system, and we can't really see that yet. Usually we can see that after about 10 kilometers or something.
Here's a great shot, Aaron. Day to morning, some people heading into the night. Of course, Mexico City and Miami in comparison to Japan, where we've seen so many great performances in years gone by, and Adelaide. Quick note from you, Michelle, from a running perspective, is it a lot more difficult in the nighttime than the daytime?
I mean, I know myself, and I know that it's a lot harder to run outside of your comfort zone. As Aaron said, it's something that you really have to train for. Your body has to get used to. So it really requires that extra preparation. Your body has its natural clock, and for people to be going out there and running in these nighttime races, it is a lot harder. So especially, again, looking back to Joe Fukuda from last year, the last couple of years, running in Japan and winning shows his strength.
Great shots in Vienna. Lots of support. Andy Goldberger, of course, legendary ski jumper. He's another dancer as well,
oh, really?
Alan, that did exceptionally well in the Strictly competition. But I remember Andy Goldberger as an amazing ski jumper. Real character. He's been part of the Wings for Life World Run since 2014. Great to have Andy bringing more and more people to this fantastic movement, this global movement. And if you're just joining us live here at the Wings for Life World Run, we've already broken records. There's David MZ in Adelaide, Australia, already looking to improve on that PB. And a major legend of the Wings for Life World Run. Down under this year, we saw him in Switzerland the year before. MZ is looking good again, Michelle.
It's just those images that, again, they just give you goosebumps. It just shows what this event is all about, how he's powering on, and as he said, just challenging himself on every year to improve on his previous bests in the hope that one day he will be able to walk as best as possible.
Brilliant performance. It's the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. It's our 11th edition. But please now give me the opportunity to take you a little more inside of this amazing story and this magical event. The Wings for Life World Run was founded by two-time motocross world champion Heinz Kinnegartner and his friend Dietrich Mateschitz, the founder of Red Bull. In 2003, Kinnegartner's son Hannes suffered a tragic accident that left him tetraplegic. Because of this, Kinnegartner and Mateschitz came to the realization that the research in spinal cord injury was underfunded. This prompted them to set up the Wings for Life Research Foundation, with the goal of finding ways to cure people affected. Hannes is paralyzed from the shoulders down. He can no longer feel anything below them, including legs and hands. But he is convinced that he will rise from the wheelchair one day. When that time comes, he will be ready to return to normal life. They have been the stalwart of training, raising and developing this concept where we can continue with our amazing research into finding a cure for spinal cord injury. The scientists are sure that it is not a matter of if, it's a matter of when they will find a cure. And that will be the day Heinz and so many others will celebrate finally being free. And here they are in action in Zillertal, the most famous father and son team in the race today. And what a brilliant vision the Kinnegartners have had, Michelle.
I just love that little hop, schneller there. Let's go a little bit faster. I mean, there is really tough conditions out there. I'm being told it's roughly 22 degrees out there, so a little warm maybe, especially for the duo there pushing the wheelchair on, but great sunny conditions, and it's just so powerful to see the two of them every year take on this race.
They've done so well in organising huge numbers into Zillertal. Now let's go to Cape Town in South Africa. Again, heat will be the thing. You are the master of dealing with the heat, Aaron. But hydration is key, absolutely key, to all levels. Not just for the pros, but for the fun runners as well. Yeah,
it's easy to get dehydrated. You can get heat shock and things like that. And it's super important to not only replenish fluids, but also get in electrolytes like salt, magnesium, potassium, things like that. It's mixed in most sports drinks nowadays, but it is really important to drink enough during a race like this so don't get problems like that.
Now we're trying to spot the Chief Executive Officer of the Wings for Life World Run Foundation. That is Anita Gerhardt. She's in Zadar. I think we had a quick shot of her there. Temperature 24 degrees Celsius in Houston, Texas. Wind is okay, but there's a 96% chance of rain. And again, some spectacular pictures. See how the chair is ready.
That's some determination. Walking those small, short steps, trying to get a new personal best.
Now, there's some very impressive athletes. There are some Adidas pacemakers. We know that in Poznan in Poland. So that tells us that records may well tumble this year. Possibly in Poznan, if that weather holds off, I'm told.
Absolutely, and I was just looking at my notes there and the images we saw from Houston, and I think that was Mason Spellings with his young family. So I think, again, one of the inspiring stories coming out of this Wings for Life World Run. And here, another amazing story in Italy, in Milan, seeing how every single participant of this race is pushing their own limits to really take on the chaser car, to get as far away from the start line as they can before the chaser cars catch up with them.
And that is what all our scientific research is about. Ladies, gentlemen, young and old, getting out of the chair and making a few monumental steps. Let me quickly update you on the graphic to the right of your screen, just to make sure there's no confusion. The bigger time-moving number, 19 minutes and 16 seconds, is how long they have been running. Now, there's another clock to the left of that graphic, 10 minutes 38, and that is counting down, not upwards, and that is the countdown to the catcher car, as we're in Gurugram in India, just outside of Delhi. And again, it's about being part of a family. And look at these people, some very serious runners, others with their own PB, most of them with the app on, and most of them therefore engaged in their own plan of action for the day. Let's take a look at more of your amazing pictures, videos and stories on the Wings for Life World Run social wall. Keep those stories coming at #WingsForLife at World Run. We're in Dubai in the United Arab Emirates. It's warm down there, no question at all. Gentleman sitting next to me in the commentary box has won in that heat.
It was brutal. We had 46 degrees in the start. But the good thing was that in Dubai, I think the start is around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so it's at its warmest when it starts, but then the temperature stops dropping when you get into like 5 or 6 o'clock. So it's something you can look forward to. It's going to get cooler.
Let's go to Battersea Park in Great Britain's capital of London. This is always a real fun family day out, Michelle. We'll start picking out the hotshots and the celebrities later on, but this event really has grown. People don't realise how big Battersea Park is, but how many numbers that they pack into this year.
Absolutely, and Battersea Park is just such a great spot to run in. I once ran the London Marathon, and I would always go running around Battersea Park. They also have the track there, which is really good for some of the wheelchair races as well, but just such a beautiful flat course and such a good loop for the athletes to be racing their laps there.
Yeah, as you're saying, flat course, especially for wheelchair athlete, that's extra important because whenever time it comes a hill, you're really going to struggle. Oh, let's set it downhill because then it's kind of nice.
Good pace from the runners down in Brazil. And I'm delighted to see the app runners in South America dialed in, all smiles.
2 quilômetros, segunda Carol, quase lá.
Not quite sure, I need a bit of help, but I think that could be Sandro Dias. He's the 6-time vertical skateboarding world champion. Look at some of these pictures from people all over the world.
I think that was Sasha Sawyer there, French hurdler. He's one of the big hopes for the Olympics this year, and that's way beyond his normal distance there, but great to see him lining up to take on this race.
How long does a hurdler usually run?
110 meters, with a few obstacles in the middle.
Let's go in Adelaide, running through the crowd. How good is this?
Oh, look at that in Leogang. Well, we're back with live pictures in Mexico City. We're watching the clock very carefully now because a key phase of the race is just minutes away. They've been out there for 23, almost 24 minutes now, but we're counting the other way for the start of the catcher car. For all of those people with the app audio experience, believe you me, they get told that the catcher car is just moments away from starting its reel in, and also for those flagship runners as well, they know it is not far away. 5 minutes, just over, and there are... Then the chase will begin. Leading countries in the early stages: Kazakhstan, Austria, Colombia, Canada, and Guatemala. That is an interesting early graphic to the left of the screen. Sweden, Stockholm, another country that you know well, sir.
Yeah, this is my hometown. It's really close to where I live, and it's a normally beautiful city, but now the weather is a little bit off.
I don't think that will stop them, but I can totally agree with you. Look at this in Bratislava. Slovakia's capital looks absolutely beautiful. Now, Tokyo. Tokyo has produced so many great runners. It really is part of daily life almost for Japanese working people.
Absolutely. I mean, they have such a history in running. People start at school. It's all about well-being. It's all about incorporating well-being in your lifestyle. So a lot of companies will have professional teams that they support, and you can see it in the depth of runners as well. I've had a look. There's both on the men's and the women's side, there's 12 runners under the Olympic standard. So it just shows you the depth that they have, but none of them will be able to outrun the catcher cars that we are now seeing on the screen eventually.
Now, what we normally like to do is put celebrities into the catcher cars, because as they pass the people, there's nothing better than saying thank you very much to a champion. And then the catcher car also says, as Michelle's favourite little piece, is thank you at the end. But there are so many great sporting personalities that are driving these catchers cars. Many of you will recognise there Robert Doornbos, former F1 driver. He's going to have to drive a little slower than he's used to today. Now, let's get the stats on this catcher car. 30 minutes in, as we've said, the catcher car starts at 14 kilometres. Every 30 minutes, he gets quicker and quicker. But the jump in the speeds changes considerably after 3.5 hours, because it then starts to get quicker and quicker and quicker. So it's fast. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, then a 4 km/h jump at 3 p.m. and then another 4, then another 4. And by the time it hits 30 kilometers, Michelle, and this is where we need your expertise, it's getting very difficult for the runners to stay ahead.
Absolutely, and even if you think about that initial speed, the 14 kilometers an hour, that's a kilometer pace of 4 minutes and 17. There's not many average runners that can do that pace by themselves. So 4 minutes 17 per kilometer, that is the pace that the catcher car sets out on. So they will be picking up quite a few people early on at that pace.
So in the beginning with this race as well, the elite runners will be going quicker than the catcher car, and then it will start to catch them.
And this lady's giving us all the information here, Aaron.
Yeah, that's all the stats from the app. And when you run like that and looking at the app, you see the information like, I want to go fast.
Let's have a listen and see how the audio app sounds for ourselves.
Hi there, I'm Lucy Charles Barclay, and I'll be right on your heels today.
私は柴田悟です
Ja, Adam Małysz, uroczyście przysięgam, że złapię dzisiaj absolutnie wszystkich.
Hallöchen, 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 ich bin's, Gregor Blueb, und ich werde dir heute wieder auf den Fersen sein.
I can hardly wait.
So, there you go. Woohoo, there's a big star for you. Lucas Broughton, Norwegian slalom World Cup champion.
Right now,
but he's switched nationalities. He's now a skier for Brazil.
I'm really giving it my all here right now. Hope you're doing the same. No matter where you are. Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can't. I'll probably faint in a minute, so you guys should probably get out of here. See you soon.
Just celebrated his 24th birthday. He will make an amazing comeback in the world of alpine ski racing. He switched from Norway to Brazil, and he promises to bring a dance to every ski racer. Samba style, he says, is the way he's going to ski. It's a wonderful character. Let's get into this race. 1 minute and 30 and counting down to the catcher cars. This is one of the big starts. The app runners will hear it in their headphones. The event runners, they will know it's coming. This catcher car, he's mean, he's nasty, he's slick, he's quick, and he is real good fun. Some great characters, some wonderful drivers. Anna Gasser, Reini Sempel are the catcher car drivers in Vienna. Sebale and Ravlic in Croatia. Andy Vellinger and Moritz Bruckner are there for us in Germany. Doornbos and Kjeld Nuis in the Netherlands. The great Adam Małysz, a ski jumping legend. He's not far off from becoming the Prime Minister of Poland. He's so famous over there, Adam. But he has been a catcher car driver since the get-go of this wonderful competition. Jakasiewicz is in Slovenia. Luana Ladevol and Petra Klinger, two very famous mountain climbers. They are taking care of the catcher car in Zug in Switzerland. They have waited patiently, and now we count down. The runners are pushing as hard as they can. In the back of your mind, you know that that catcher car is about to start coming and will start its chase at 14 kilometers per hour. That's 8.7 mph for those of you over in North America or in the United Kingdom. So here we go. It is a red. It is a red. It is green light for go. The catcher car is out on its way in the 2024 Wings for Life World Run. Now, Aaron, the game really begins.
It never really starts. And this is an interesting part of the race, because now as an athlete, you know you're chased. You know that thing is coming for you, and now it's you're trying to make as much distance on you can as it. Because the elite guys, I mean, the record for the men is the average speed is about 16.6 kilometers per hour, which means for the next little bit, you're still going to be increasing your distance to catch a car, but when it hits 70 kilometers per hour, then it's catching you. So make some distance now.
But now I think it's interesting. We have to start looking at the number there on the bottom right of the screen, because the number will drop. We started out with our over 250,000 of runners, and now gradually that number will become lower and lower because people will start getting caught.
Yeah, here we are in Vienna with Anna Gasser, Reini Sample. Anna Gasser, of course, is the Olympic big air champion. She's won Olympic gold twice and a world championship title. So for a lot of people, it's just such a special end to the running part of this celebration to see Anna go. Congratulations and well done. As we take a look at some of the first people to be caught by the catcher car.
I was about to say, you can see that look over people's shoulders, and it's just that anxious waiting. How many more meters can I make? Because ultimately every single meter counts, and every single euro that is raised here goes to Vital Spinal Cord Research.
Well, driving down the main road of Ljubljana, a lovely internal shot there. Here we are in Poznan. As we said earlier, Adam Małysz from Wisla in Poland is a real star here, and he's going to start catching. Look at this gentleman putting it all in here on the crutches. This is absolutely brilliant.
So inspiring to see this.
Oh, and you can see the cars coming in the background there.
Go, go, go.
Oh, every single meter counts.
Well, this gentleman can hear the car. He's being roared on from the crowd here. This is what it's all about. This is when I say this is not an ordinary run. This is a sports event for everyone. Here comes the catcher car. He's pushing those last few steps. Come on, sir. It is Braden Curry that is one of the first that caught by the catcher car. Oh! Waves, applause, and nothing but smiles. What an achievement. 30 minutes of running for those who can't. Brilliant work. Into the park of Munich now. The Olympic Park, of course. And the catcher car continues to reel the early numbers in.
And those are some beautiful images, because as you can see, there's a bit of a loop. So you see the runners running underneath as the car goes round, and soon it will be creeping up on them slowly, slowly.
This is a close-up of the ski jumping superstar Adam Małysz. He's actually now head of the Winter Sports Federation in Poland. And so many people have told us in the past how proud it makes them feel for Adam to drive by in the car and say thank you. There is Małysz again, himself a world champion, an Olympic champion, an amazing run of World Cup victories on the tour back in the day. And here in Zug in Switzerland, Petra Klingler, my apologies, and Luna Ladevant. A lot of the skiers are in the Swiss Zug run this year, because so close to the mountains, of course. Here's the capital of Slovenia.
And also to explain the systems here in the catcher car a little bit, you can see there's a GPS unit on top, which says exactly where they should be. So they're not really looking at the speedometer, like, okay, now I'm going to go 14, 15. No, they're looking at this GPS unit to see, okay, I need to go a little faster, I need to go a little slower. So it's exactly on the meter, so you don't catch anybody too early or too late.
Over a kilometre is already on the clock for the catcher cars. Back to Vienna, great pictures again. All smiles in this celebration. Hemi Gruber, we're told, in Austria, our last picture. Here's the catcher car in Zug in Switzerland. Once again, the runners have been out there for over 35 minutes. See the big number in the center of your graphic on screen, 260,790. Those numbers are falling slowly but surely as the catcher car continues to reel in the early numbers.
Special sound effects there, making it a little more dramatic as they catch up with the runners.
$80,000 people still running in Zug. They've got a big turnout there. That 8,000 will be going strong.
I'm sitting here looking at the results right now to see, it's like, okay, do we have any kind of potential winners in here already that are making fast progress? But it's really hard to tell right now because the pace that some people are having right now is too high to keep up for a long time. I mean, it's easy to run a 10K pretty fast, but if you're going to keep that same pace for about 60, 70 kilometers, it really gets to you. So I don't think we really know anything about the lead yet, but as soon as we can see some people up there crystallizing, we're going to report it to you.
Former Formula One racing driver there, Robert Doenbos, part of the F1 team from 204, from 207. Biking world champions out on track in Czech in Prague.
Jakub, 15 je dobrý. 15 je dobrý.
Something beautiful about just listening to feet on the ground, not much around. No big races here, it's just an app run and a few runners supporting each other.
Now let's talk a little bit about nutrition, something that's very important pre-race. But during the race, Michelle, tell us more.
Absolutely. So fueling really plays an important part. Having a solid breakfast, knowing exactly what you want to take in. But then also during the race is really important. So again, some of it depends on your weight, your height, how fit you are. But we normally say between 30 and 60 grams of carbohydrates per hour for the first 3 hours, which a lot of people will already be out by that point. But then once we go past that 3-hour mark, which several athletes will be doing, you really need to increase your carbohydrate intake to about 60 to 90 grams per hour. And a lot of times athletes will be taking this in through gels. Some people, especially in the earlier stages, they might also be relying on things like bananas, maybe jelly babies and these kind of things. And equally as important as the fueling is also the hydration, because that really is also important to stay on top of. It makes sure it cools down the body temperature. So people will be relying on water, on electrolytes to really make sure they stay on top of their hydration and fueling.
We're still seeing some fantastic pictures of the catcher car getting some of the early numbers. On the subject of fueling, nutrition, Aaron, what's the choice of champions?
I've been using a brand called Morton, which has great gels, and that's the tricky thing with nutrition. All of these different races, like the flagship runs, they will have their own kind of nutrition. And if you're not used to that brand, it's hard to use that brand, because you need to kind of test whatever brand you're using, because some brands work for some people, some brands work for other people. So what I would be doing when I was racing, I would on my wheelchair kind of tape energy gels, so I had them with me, so I could get my own stuff that I knew worked for my stomach. So
wonder what works for Spider-Man there. He's putting on a good run, to say the least, and motivating lots of others as well. So 6,512 still running in Australia as we move from Oceania into Asia. 27,613 in total still running across Asia, including one in the Seychelles. I just saw across the globe into Africa. 11 still running in Ghana. Over 7,800 still running in Brazil as we have a quick look at South America, into North America. Just under 22,000 still running for those who can't. Look at these figures in Europe. 171,130 still running across the whole of Europe.
Looking at the results right now, and we have Joe Fukuda in the top in Vienna.
No surprise there. He's out on a mission, I think. That's laying down the gauntlet early.
Yeah, and of course, our 2 times global champion will be one of the main features, I would say, of the second half. Running for the first time in Europe rather than Japan. Joe Fukuda is a potential global champion that we will be keeping a very close eye on.
It's definitely an advantage running during the day like this. I just hope he's had enough time to get into Europe, acclimatize, change time zones, all of that, get used to this, and yeah, we're looking forward to see if he can really put on a performance today and maybe break the 70-kilometer mark.
I mean, just look at those images of all those mass runners really laying it out there, while our chasing car driver in Poland, Adam Matysz, is really enjoying his job there. Doesn't stop.
I wonder if they're going to have to change the horns on the car after this.
So we're getting some information here whilst we're taking a look at Adam Małysz in Poznan, that we're going to go to Monaco and catch up with the tennis legend from Greece, of course, Tsitsipas. That's Małysz. And I'm hoping that we can get some... And let's hear from Tsitsipas in Monaco.
Hey guys, Steph here. I just finished my training in Monte Carlo with my brother Petros. I'm running for those who can't. It's exciting to see that 250,000 people have joined and are participating for the cause. So I'm getting ready for Rome, and I'm looking forward to see how many more people join and how much more of an impact this whole cause is going to have. Cheers.
That is a wonderful piece from Monaco. You've been running around the tennis court.
I was just thinking that. I'd love to see that.
There is an example of how beautiful this concept is. Tsitsipas, as part of his training session in preparation for his next tournament in Rome, has done a few laps until the catch car has caught him in his headphones, and it is game over. Thank you very much to the tennis superstar, Tsitsipas, who has joined us from Monaco. They're one of many, many sports superstars that we'll be hearing from throughout the day. Smiles and applause, tears of joy from 102 in Ljubljana, Slovenia, as the catcher car continues to lower those numbers. Let me just remind you, if you're joining us live here at the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run for 2024, we started with 818,000 runners, and we are now starting to get those numbers down. The fun runners have enjoyed every moment of it. Andy Willinger in Germany, Munich. Oh, wonderful pictures here. And it shows that there is no pressure in this moving finish line. Nobody knows exactly what their final distance will be, but when that catcher car drives by, they know their race or walk is over. Let's hear more from the audio experience.
Attention, attention. From now on, I'm closing in on you, and it's only a matter of time before I catch you.
Ahoj, tady je tvůj catcher car řidič. Teď pojedu rychlostí 15 km v hodině.
Sad sam ti za petama I kad ću te sustići. Ade, Rosin, šta je s motorom to sad? Dein Vorsprung schmilzt gerade dahin, wie ein Eis in der Sonne.
Hey, your catcher car here. You have to push a bit harder. Come on, there's still time.
Japan, Tokyo, where we've seen some great running, some marvelous experiences and some huge numbers to go with it. The global number is now below 180,000, still out there, still ahead of the catcher car, which is 3.4 kilometers into its chase.
Oh là là là, c'est le live là? Vous êtes des tarés, vous me dites pas?
Running in Adelaide in 2024 is the inspirational David MZ, a 36-year-old and Wings for Life world run legend. David MZ was born to a Kenyan father and Swiss mother, and he has had an affinity for sport since his early childhood. He is a passionate and positive person, despite his spinal cord injury, and loves movement and adventure, whether on land or in water. He is a diver, a kite surfer, wakeboarding, skiing, and quad biking. He is also the Swiss national wheelchair rugby player and sustained a spinal cord injury during a trampolining training back in 2010. In 2016, MZ participated in groundbreaking study involving the implementation of electrodes into his spinal cord. These were implanted, and the results, well, you see them here, speak for themselves. In 2019, he inspired thousands worldwide when he walked across the Wings for Life World Run start line and covered an astonishing 390 meters. Once again in 2020, he exceeded that distance, taking his level to 467. 1.867 kilometers in 2022. Is it going to be more for David MC down under in Adelaide, Australia for 2024? This gentleman is a pioneer and a symbol of hope for people all over the world. And I have to say, Aaron, he's looking strong, he's looking fresh, he's looking ready to break his own PB.
Yeah, I think he already did. I mean, we have 3.92 kilometers there on the catcher car, so pretty sure he already did.
Just for the camera. Just for the camera.
Just smiling for the camera.
Actually, I'm famous for that. I took shit for 32 minutes.
Without paying?
Yeah. No. We're friends, man.
Oh, well, we're sneaking into a conversation where I'm not sure whether David even knows we're here. But what we've just heard him say is that he's had 32 minutes of pain. The smiles are for the camera. And he really is pushing himself here. Stepping out of that wheelchair after his awful trampoline accident. And he's not going to be beaten.
Hip flexion. Left hip flexion.
To me, this is what the race is about. Raising money to find a cure for spinal cord injuries. It's beautiful seeing him walk like this, and wow, it's so much inspiration.
We will 18 degrees Celsius in Lima, Peru. Many of you will remember that amazing story of Quispe in 2014. An unknown Peruvian runner up in the hills and mountains made a huge impression in our very first Wings for Life World Run. We're in Istanbul in Turkey. Again, a beautiful coastal part of the track there and the running circuit. Lucas Muller, another ski jump legend. So good to see Lucas out there again, pushing the boundaries. Is that the technique we're looking for, Aaron?
Yep, so what you want to look for in wheelchair technique is that you don't really have time to grab the push rim that's on the side of the wheels. You almost kind of just put your hands on top of it and with the friction you push on it, because if you grab it for too long, like the stroke rate is going to be too slow. So you really want to be faster. You can see him wearing kind of almost a vinyl gloves, or look like some kind of plastic gloves. And it's important to have gloves on, because otherwise, if you go longer than maybe 10 kilometers or something, your hands are really going to be ruined.
Well, some good work and pace and performance in New York, USA. Just love the shots of the skyscrapers.
Get on the wall for a little bit.
So, Barcelona in Spain, running alongside the beach. And look at the communication here with the app and the audio experience. It gives you everything that you need. It tells you where the catcher car, how far the catcher car is coming. It really is a wonderful piece of technology.
It's also giving you some great motivation, inspiration for the audio experience there.
Okay, so we can wait for the next one, yeah? We wait here? Yeah.
And the stats that are coming back to us here in the comments box are clearly saying that it's one of the coldest Wings for Life World runs, taking in New York, London, Breda, even in Adelaide. It's temperatures are much lower. Now, is that something that sort of goes good news to your ears, Aaron, or is that bad news if you're trying to hit your PB today?
Yeah, depends a little bit what you're looking for, but as you said, looking to crash your PB, you definitely want it as cold as possible, like not -degrees, but between 5 and 10.
Now, this is the look of determination. This is a man that is walking for those who can't, but this is David MZ looking absolutely brilliant here, pushing the boundaries, pushing himself, inspiring the world to run for those who can't. Oh, David MZ here. I'm not sure on the right of your screens in Adelaide how much more David can give here. Oslo in Norway. Good group. Now, working with a group can often be a big advantage as well. Somebody else is pushing you, somebody else is communicating with you. A lot of these runners here are dialed into the app, but others are still communicating. It's a family run almost, it feels like.
Yeah, for sure. And it's always nice to have somebody with you that you can kind of push each other a little bit. And looking here, we have a lot of wind. That's another aspect that can really affect this 30 kilometers per hour wind here in Flik and Flak. Where's that? Mauritius? Yeah, windy island.
Always is a windy island, but a beautiful one. Some great scenery there. It's great to have Flik and Flak with us on the Wings for Life World Run for 2024, clearly showing that this is a global family.
I wonder if this is the most exotic location we have this year.
We've had a few, that's for sure, but it's I wouldn't mind going down there to have a run maybe one year. But Flik and Flak putting on a great show, as is Taipei. Again, temperatures are far from ideal in many of these countries. The catcher car, 5.25 kilometers. We've got the numbers down to 151,000. So we've lost about 100,000 at this point into the competition. We're just shy of an hour of non-stop running since the get-go and start. Lovely classic shot of Taipei there. I just love it.
It's a beautiful place. I've been there many years ago. It's a really lovely city.
27 degrees Celsius. Mexico City. Now, the altitude is a thing that everybody notices when they go to Mexico City. The air is thin, but it doesn't seem to deter this gentleman on screen, pushing it out here, looking to stay ahead of that catcher car, running for those who can't.
Yeah, and as you said, like, it's 2,240 meters in Mexico City. It really affects you more than you think.
It really does. When you get off the aeroplane, you can almost feel it instantly. It's adding to the pressure there. Not such a problem in Cape Town. That just looks like a beautiful day, running by the ocean, enjoying what is a very special moment. Plenty of support. You can hear the crowds cheering. But the catcher car timeline that you see on the bottom of your screens right now is telling us where the bulk of the athletes will be caught. And of course, the speed will increase at midday UTC.
Yeah, you can see there, it seems like most people are getting caught around 8 kilometers this year. And then it's really, really thinning out. I mean, we can see that at 13.4 kilometers, it's almost nobody left in the race.
And that's the optimum selfie, and I hope that you're sending them in to us for our social wall at #WingsForLife World Run. To get a picture of yourself with the catcher car in the backdrop has got to be the one of the challenges of the day. Croatia and Zadar. Love it. Look at that. Get that car in the shot as well. All smiles. Everybody is loving their running today in the Wings for Life World Run. Let's go to our social wall and have a look at some of your fantastic pictures and posts. Keep those posts coming. Send in the photos, send in the stories, send in the pictures. We are just loving them. You are with the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. It is our 11th edition, and the catcher car is already out. The USP of this event is you get 30 minutes to try and get as far ahead of the catcher car as you possibly can before they start to reel you in. And when the catcher car drives past you whilst you're in action, it means the race is over. And for these ladies, well, the celebration and the party will begin. We've started with record-breaking numbers. I'm sure you've heard already, over 250,000, well over 250,000. 265,818 runners at the start of today's competition. But as you see from the graphic on your screens, those numbers are starting to tumble. 131,000 left in the race, and we're into the section of the competition, not really a competition, the fun part of the day, where the catcher car starts to really bring in the numbers. These are the fun runners. These are the people that have been out there enjoying themselves, celebrating life. It's full of good vibes. There's love all around for our participants, giving them the best possible experience. But that catcher car, as we see driven here by Adam Małysz in Poznan, Poland, has halved the field. We are down to 50% of the starters. This is the block where we get most of the most important runners, I would certainly say. The people who are out there to run with passion. The people that are out there with their teams. They're challenging themselves, and they will, with the Wings for Life World Run Foundation, achieve what many people think is impossible. It is not. We will get there. Wonderful pictures here in Breda, where the catcher car has Formula One champions taking it at a much slower pace. Germany and Munich now in the Olympic Park. Thank you, it is.
It really is thank you when you're being called by the catcher car, because you raise money for a really important cause. I'm in a wheelchair myself after a spinal cord injury as a kid, and it's hard. It's hard to, you know, there's not only the aspect of being in a wheelchair, not being able to run or walk, right? But also all the other things that come to being in a wheelchair, like pressure sores, you know, moving around if it's snow outside and things like that, things that people don't think about if you're not in that situation. So this is so important. Me and so many other people in wheelchairs with spinal cord injuries, we're so thankful for this. So, thank you.
I have some fantastic memories, Aaron, of you winning your races, and there was such a feeling of joy. You were incredibly, beautifully emotional once you'd been caught by that catcher car. Tell us a little more.
Well, it's easy to get emotional after you've been going all out for 5 hours or whatever it was, but it's very emotional as well that this race is raising money to help people like me with disabilities like I have. It's incredibly important. And before this work started with the Wings for Life Foundation, not that much research had been going into spinal cord injury research. But that has really, really changed with the foundation. And we can see in all the science projects that they're making that things are happening. For example, now in the UK, there is a project where they changed a little bit how you operate on newly injured people. And the success rate of that has been great. Maybe not a total cure, but making the injuries less big after an injury, like making it less severe. And things like that is really moving it all along.
Great words, Aaron, and it's a pleasure to have you here in the commentary booth. Let's take a look around the globe and see how this race is unfolding. The 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run 2020.
It is the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run, and as always, we've got people joining us from incredible locations all over the world for this unique race format. This year, more than 250,000 participants from over 190 countries are running for those who can't and raising valuable funds for the Wings for Life Foundation and spinal cord research. This race is for everyone, everywhere, whether it's night or day, rain or shine. It does not matter how well, fast or far out you run, whether you're a professional athlete, an absolute beginner, or take on this race in a wheelchair. And this is what the 2024 Wings for Life World Run looks like around the globe so far. Smiles all round and anxious faces ready to take on this incredible challenge. The pre-race nerves are normal and everybody gets them, fun runner and experienced pro alike. Here we see some of the celebrities taking part in this race. Austrian ski jump legend Andreas Goldberger and Wings for Life CEO Anita Gerharder, Norwegian Olympic alpine ski racer Henrik Kristoffersen, and Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner, two staples of the Wings for Life World Run. But unlike any other race, this finish line is chasing the participants. 30 minutes after the start of the race, the official catcher cars simultaneously take off to pursue the runners. Each catcher car sets off at 14 kilometers an hour and accelerates every half an hour. When the catcher car passes a runner, his or her race is over and they get to celebrate. The catcher cars in flagship runs are all driven by experienced pros, and we see the athletes being caught around the world. In the Wings for Life World Run, everybody has the same goal: to raise money for a good cause, inspire others, and more importantly, have fun while doing so. Every meter counts and every euro raised goes towards vital spinal cord research.
So here we go. After the first 30 minutes, the speed of the catcher car goes up to 15 kilometers per hour. And that starts to make things very difficult indeed. Information tells us that the average runners are completing 9.79 kilometers, but after an hour and a half, it will go up to 17. Now, here in Switzerland, our two famous rock climbers and mountaineers are reeling in the runners. It's Luana Ledevant and Petra Klinger. 112,000 still out there running. But that speed of the catcher car starts to hit a pace that a lot of the fun runners are unable to keep up with. And as we said, a lot of people just pushing for the 10K mark as their PB. 9.79 is coming out at the average for many. Here we are in Trins in Austria. Spectacular mountain views. And we're looking for that catcher car. Looking at Trins, of course, the catcher car. You can't see it, but they can hear it. It's good. Look at this. Young, old, mothers, fathers, sons and daughters, all out there in the Austrian Alps. Wonderful pictures. In Denmark, we're in Frederica. And this is a story for a lot of people. Once they've been caught by the Kachikar, then they come back to where the competition started, watching the rest of the feed, watching the rest of the performances, and enjoying a party, a celebration of being a part of this global movement.
So far, we're actually going for over 3 miles. 3 English miles.
One of the coldest locations in Norway, Tromsø.
Oh, Tromsø is beautiful. It's far, far up in the north. And I think they pretty much almost have this over the Arctic Circle, and it's got light almost 24/7 by this time of the year.
Wow.
It's a strange place to be in the summer when the sun never sets.
One of the most northern locations for the Wings for Life World Run 2024. Now, Japan, Fukuoka, another very, very strongly contested up run here. And these 4 runners on screen have got a really nice tempo and pace flowing along very smoothly indeed here. We always watch carefully when we see new faces, new names from Japan. Out in the greenery on the outskirts of Paris. Another up event with big numbers.
Oh. La prochaine fois, on en fait 10. Ouais, GG. Allez, GG.
No shortage of smiles, no shortage there. Istanbul in Turkey, again, some great numbers. We're watching the graphic carefully here because we're not far off dropping below the 100,000 mark. Just amazing that we started with over 250,000. A huge increase from last year's numbers. Out on the lake in Annecy, not too far from Geneva, even though it's in France. Another spectacular location for a Sunday run. Perfect running conditions at 19 degrees Celsius.
C'est beaucoup d'efforts quand même.
Then we have some really happy runners here. You can just hear the smiles and all their good energy. It's a beautiful location.
Ljubljana in Slovenia, capital city, of course. Spectacular views. And again, a lot of these runners closely listening into the app audio experience, hoping that they've hit the target, the pre-race goals and PBs that they have set themselves. 2,600 runners, I'm told, still out there in Slovenia. That is a very good number indeed. Here's the Kachikar. Andy Willinger here in Germany, Munich. There is he's a legendary ski jumper and has got a big future ahead of him. Andy Willinger is far from done yet. You name it, he's won it in the world of ski jumping, but coming good again with his latter part of his career, Aaron.
Yeah, impressive. So we're looking at the Kachikar right now, and it's almost at 9 kilometers. And I'm also looking at the elite runners, and they're around 19 kilometers right now. So they got about 10 kilometers on the Kachikar. And they're still making progress on the Kachikar before it starts reeling them in.
It's going to fall below 100,000. That's a key marker with the Kachikar, 9 kilometers out on track. These are some wonderful pictures from Barcelona. And whilst 1 or 2 seem to be struggling with the cold weather conditions, Barcelona is right there. A nightfall, of course, in Taiwan. It's warm, 27 degrees Celsius. Again, another spectacular venue. Let's take a look. Taipei, Tokyo, of course, running through the night. Vienna and Zug in Switzerland, Central Europe, running through the midday and into the mid-afternoon. But what I have to say, Michelle, is that whilst it is night-time and we appreciate it may be a little trickier in Tokyo and Taipei, the weather's on their side this year. We've seen some rough, tough weather conditions come from Asia and particularly Japan in years gone by.
Absolutely. I mean, I will never forget the images last year of Jo Fukuda's victory in the pouring rain in the middle of the night. And as you also said, I think also when we look at weather conditions in terms of temperature, in terms of humidity, it's actually more favorable for them to be running in the middle of the night than during the daytime when humidity and things do go up.
And as Aaron has already explained to us, you practice, you train in the nighttime, you get your body clock working for this night run. There's a lot of hard work from these night runners that have gone in from a preparation perspective to make sure that they're fully comfortable from a nutrition, from a sleep, from a rest, and a preparation perspective. Now, we're in Zadar now. We're coming away from these spectacular coastal views. They're heading out of town into the hills. But again, we've seen global winners here in Zadar with Nina Uzuban, formerly known as Nina Zarina, of course, winning here. This is a very inviting track to perform on.
And in a race like this, when you're close to the sea, you're usually getting quite a bit of wind. And if you're lucky, you can have a tailwind there. Then it can be really favorable.
Here's the Kinigata family, of course. Oh, and here is the end. Now, this is a little internal battle between Heinz and Hannes Kinnigartner here, trying to beat Anita Gerharter, the CEO of the Wings for Life Foundation. We'll hopefully get the figures recorded here, but the founder of the Wings for Life World Run has said that's it. Enough is enough. I'm done.
Hannes can be like, oh, Dad, come on, don't be lazy. Push me a little bit more.
But I mean, you can see there, he's really left it all out there, and he just shows, like, not only pushing his son, but also really pushing himself physically to the
done
limit.
a great job.
Has he got any words for us? I have met this gentleman on a number of occasions, and he is such an inspiration, such a good guy, a legendary motocross world champion, 63 years of age, and still pushing hard.
I'm still really fit for 63. Wow.
Oh, and there's Anita Gerharter. She has been caught too. Oh, Anita, well done. Now, will Kovac, of course, a very established soccer player who's been running with Anita here in Zadar.
Not just established soccer player for Croatia, also a very, very good manager in some of the best clubs around the world, most famously, most lately in Wolfsburg in Germany.
Yes, absolutely. And there'll be a lot of people out there delighted to see Niko Kovac running with the Chief Executive Officer of the Wings for Life World Run Foundation, Anita Gerharter. And along, for me, the captain of Croatian soccer is what he's known for, I would say. Let's go to Istanbul. 91,000 now. Can you see, as we were explaining earlier, we're at that sweet point of the race where the fun runners get caught. So some of the best catches from the famous catcher car. Let's have a look at them. Some really special moments. Wonderful pictures. Let's rejoin the live action here at the Wings for Life World Run, our 11th edition in 2024. Quick update. 10.38 kilometers our Kachikar has covered. Oh, he's whittled them down from over 260,000 to 87,745 runners. Still out there ahead of the famous Kachikar. We have been running for 1 hour and 13 minutes. There's still a lot of people pushing hard, a lot around the world running for those who can't, as we go down to Kenya, Nairobi. Do we all have to turn our head sideways to get this picture here, Michelle? Are you with us on this one?
It's a bit of stretching, actually, while we're sitting up straight, so we just move our heads to the side a little.
What we're trying to do is take you to as many locations across the globe as we possibly can. And the celebrations have already begun in Nairobi for those that have been caught by the Kachikar. This is Prague in the Czech Republic. These are comfortably ahead of the Kachikar here. And running in Vienna is another sporting legend from Austria, Lukas Müller. Lukas Müller, 32 years of age and a Wings for Life World Run legend, has been participating in Vienna ever since it first started hosting the event in 2016. He's a former ski jumper who started ski jumping at the age of 12 and had various victories throughout his career. On the 13th of January 2016, at the age of just 23, he crashed on a ski flying hill when he was the forerunner of the Ski Flying World Championships. He was diagnosed with an incomplete spinal cord injury from the chest down. He was in therapy for 5 months after his accident, trying to regain some mobility. He was determined and refused to not let the accident rule his life. He first participated in the Wings for Life World Run in 2016 when he was pushed by Thomas Morgenstern. In 2022, he pushed himself 34.09 kilometers. But the biggest surprise came in 2023 when he stood up and started walking the Wings for Life World Run for the first time. His aim was to walk 1 kilometer. He ended up doing 2.3, surprising everyone yet again. And here is Thomas Lukas Müller, this time in the wheelchair, looking to set records, looking to find top position. Let's get the 3 times global champion to give us an analysis of this technique. But what an athlete this guy is.
Yeah, it's an amazing athlete. And as you can see, he's got pretty good technique here. He's not touching the push rims on the wheelchair for too long. He's kind of almost trying to hit them and really keep up the tempo and the pace on his arms. He's doing well. And let's just hope he can keep this pace up.
He's such a popular character, Aaron, in Austria. Such an inspiration to so many. Let's move on to Paris in France. Now there's quite a few champions that we're looking for here. There's para-tennis athletes. BMX flat world champion. We're getting information that the weather is just perfect here in the Bois de Vincennes. 18 degrees Celsius. And it's calm as well, isn't it? So peaceful out there in a park, so close to the capital city of France.
And what's really important here is there are trees, and trees play a huge part in actually lowering the temperature. There's a lot of studies that show when you have trees in cities that the overall average temperature can go down by 3-4 degrees. So the runners running there all nicely between the trees, high advantage over more open spaces like we see here in Dubai.
Obviously, the heat goes up down in the United Arab Emirates. They've been out there running for 1 hour and 18 minutes. Just over 77,000 still ahead of the Kachikar, or the Aprun Kachikar. The Kachikar has covered 7.18 miles, or 11.55 kilometers. And as predicted, 35 degrees Celsius in Dubai.
Okay, men
Rain, purely muscular, feeling great right now. Also, feeling up with some ready to get going. And we have this nice view of the mountains of Tromsø. It's actually really nice in the winter to go skiing on them, so I really enjoyed that. And this year I actually went on a ski race called the Reiseløpet. If you Google Petter Northug, one of the greatest that's ever been alive skiers, I was actually almost beating him this year, but just almost. Yes. So
this is our most northern venue in Tromsø.
Yeah, actually I beat him because he just pushed it out. But I really like him though. Not in that way because I have a girlfriend.
What's her name? What's her name?
Her name? That's secret.
Well, I'm glad they're still running because the banter is flowing there, isn't it? The boys are out in Tromsø, our most northern destination in the globe right now. Vienna, of course, was the biggest of all the flagship runs, 13,500 runners down in Vienna there. Still those warming up, those warming down. Just absolutely amazing how many people started in the Austrian capital.
It's pretty
well, this is
hazy
Dani Sordo in Barcelona. A little bit of heat haze starting to appear, but Dani still looks to be ahead of the catcher car. Let's hear from him.
Hi guys, I'm Dani Sordo, and yeah, we are here pushing. So come on, let's go.
So that was Dani Sordo. This is the action in Barcelona. Running along the beachfront there, I recognize it, having been there a few times myself. Again, another perfect day. No wind. Good temperatures. Taipei. Night run, of course. And the magic number, total number, global number has just dropped below 75,000. Look at the catcher car here in Germany, being driven by Andy Willinger, of course, a winter sports ski jumping champion. This is just great.
It's nice. At least he continues to encourage the runner, keep saying absolutely incredible performances there, so he's enjoying his role there.
Well, top runners have already surpassed the marathon distance, but for the half marathon distance, my apologies. But the fastest men are now starting to push, dig deep. These conditions look tough in Stockholm, I have to say. But let's have a listen into our audio experience once again and hear what it sounds like to be caught by the catcher car.
Knock, knock. Who do you think is here? Correct, the catcher car. Just so you know your way around, I'll just keep following your sweaty trail and I'll soon have you.
O an bu an. Senin anın. Büyük finalin, o yüzden elinden gelenin en iyisini yap.
Jetzt wird es ernst. Gleich hab ich dich.
Not so fast, catcher car. We're switching into full power rocket mode and using everything we've got. Come on, you've got this.
Here's a youngster enjoying himself in Bratislava. Still out there. Let's take a look at some numbers. South America, 1,195, 1,750, still ahead of the catcher car. Good numbers from Oceania, particularly in Australia. Asia with over 2,000 still in the race. Down below 1,000 in Africa to just 804. Moving into Europe, that figure is still big, 57,000. Just dipped this moment below 60,000. Some great figures in Germany of 14,000, 20,000 still out there and ahead of the catcher car in Austria. Now here's a young rising star, Michel.
And that is pretty impressive. I think he looks like he's still really enjoying it, still looks very relaxed there in terms of his pace, all out there by himself, running with the app. And with the phone in his hand, I always think that's quite challenging.
Yeah,
actually.
That's a future of running we got there.
Now we start to focus in on some of the bikes here that show lead man down in Pretoria. And also lead bike of the fastest woman. Now this is how the race unfolds if you're watching us live for the first time. The catcher car continues to reel in the fun runners and leaves the semi-pros and pros out there to try and take the national titles and the global titles. But these pictures of those athletes being caught by the catcher car really do make for special memories. Everybody's still enjoying it. They've given it their best, they've given it their all. They've run for those who can't. And hopefully you're sending us your pictures and your stories back to our social wall. Frederica in Denmark. And Nairobi in Kenya, still with runners chasing to stay ahead of the catcher car. Let's take a close look at that social wall and see some of your fantastic messages.
She has no clue how to sweat, you know.
We're in Milan, we're in Italy. The numbers are falling, and they're falling quite quickly in the Wings for Life World Run 2024. This is our 11th edition. And as the numbers start to fall and they're caught by the catcher cars, both on the app audio experience or in the flagship events, we are still celebrating our record-breaking numbers with over 250,000 participating in the Wings for Life World Run this year, just under a 30% increase from last year. And there's plenty out there having a great time.
I mean, we're talking about records and just seeing that little dog there run. Do we keep canine records as well? I think that would be quite interested to know.
That'd be perfect when you're racing with a wheelchair. Have a dog pull you.
Is that allowed within the rules, Aaron? You know the rule bit better than me.
No, I'm not sure it's stipulated in the rules actually, but I doubt it will be allowed. But it would be fun.
Is this YouTube? Pardon.
This is in Barcelona.
It's hard to look out for all the people when you're looking at the camera at the same time.
Absolutely.
Multitasking.
Turkey, Istanbul. We've gone under 60,000 runners worldwide. We've been out there for just under 1.5 hours. As for the catcher car, well, the catcher car has covered 13.9 kilometers, 8.63 miles. But there are plenty of determined and dedicated runners still ahead of the catcher car. These are the pictures from the Olympic Park in Munich, Germany. Andy Villinger is the driver of the catcher car here. I love that last second burst of energy and power before you stay away, ahead of it, before you're caught, and then you head back. Moritz Bruckner, of course, a wheelchair rugby player, is the co-pilot with Andy Villinger in the catcher car in Germany, in Munich. And one of the big stars And one of the biggest team organizers in Germany is Florian Neuschwander. Hundreds, thousands of competitors all come together to make the biggest teams, and the Neuschwander team is one of the biggest. And I'm hearing that Florian Neuschwander is the early leader in Munich, Germany. He's won the national title there before, but never the global title. Could 2024 be Neuschwander's year? It's going to be a tough one, I have to say. Let's go to Poznan in Poland, Aaron, where we know that we've got some Adidas pacemakers out there, and we've got some huge strength in depth with a quality field running in Poland.
Oh, we got Dominika Stelmarsh running in Poland. She's currently top 2 in the world. Super impressive. And I'm looking at the result right now, the top 10. We have a lot of Japanese. In the top 5, there are the top 6. There's 3 Japanese runners right now. So the Japanese team is really doing well. We have some app runners running in Japan, and Joe Fukuda is doing really, really well in Austria.
Yeah, now this is the big story, Michelle, that I know you're really keen to get your teeth into. 2 times global champion, 23 and 22, but in Japan. Now this is the million-dollar question. Can Joe Fukuda do the business in Europe? Can he be as comfortable, effective and efficient in Europe as we know he is in Japan?
As we said, I mean, everything, it's got its advantages and disadvantages. Running on home soil, knowing exactly how you feel, not having the travel in your legs is one thing, but then here the conditions are normally better. It's daytime, he's got other runners to still run with him. We know he did a lot of it by himself last time round, and I think that will be really, really interesting to see how he's going, and also knowing that he's competing against some of his fellow countrymen in different parts of the world.
We're about to drop below 50,000 as we take you across the world, but still impressive numbers in South America, Mexico and the USA, Canada. Hundreds still running, but then we get into Central Europe and there are thousands still running. So great to see Joe Fukuda coming away from Japan, winning, looking to win, I should say, in Vienna, but it's early days, I would say. Let's take a look at some of these spectacular start images. Look at these numbers of people here. Poznan in Poland, just a spectacular start. The Olympic Park in Munich, Germany. This has become part of the sporting calendar year after year now. Great pictures in the night from down under. Gurugram, just outside of Delhi in India. Another fantastic turnout. They take this one very seriously in Japan. And will our global champion come out of Japan for a 3rd successive year? The United States of America, with many stars and celebrities in action. Weather's going to be tough for some of those European runners. Vienna, they were lucky. The storm just held off. But 13,500. If you want to run in Vienna, you need to register very early indeed. It is the hottest ticket in town. Well, we love the start, we love the pictures of the catcher car, and now we're starting to get closer and closer to the business end of this competition. Aaron, you've won this race 3 times before. How difficult is it to hold your focus in the mid part of the race? We know, and we've talked about dig deep at the end, we know enjoy the moment at the beginning, but this mid part of the race also needs some special skills.
Yeah, that's the tricky part mentally. Like, in the beginning of the race, you're excited, you're fresh, you have all that energy. In the middle of the race, like right now, I mean, the top guys and girls, they're around 23 to 27, 20 kilometers, and it's really starting to hurt right now.
Yeah.
And towards the end of the race, you have that extra mental energy, like you can almost sprint the last bit. But in the middle, you just have to dig deep and focus on your technique, focus on your breathing, and also focus on refueling. It's so easy to forget to refuel in the middle, and then you're going to crash.
Yeah. Great words, Aaron. Of course, Michelle here.
As you can see on the screen, we are in the beautiful landscape of Slovenia. Bravo.
Michelle, those athletes that have prepared, they've set their pace, they've set their kilometre targets where they need to be at a particular race, at a particular point in the race. And that becomes very important now. Go too hard too soon, that's an easy one, you're out the game. But underpace yourself and you will not hit your target.
Yes, and it's really interesting. I've just spotted that now when we look at the global rankings at the moment, Julia Meyer of Austria has just moved into 4th position. She's actually the national record holder for Austria in the marathon. So she knows that she is absolutely spot on when it comes to the marathon distance. She's also the national record holder in the half marathon. But can she go beyond that? And I think that's really where we see the marathoners separate from the ultra runners that really know those over distances, and it will be really interesting. And then we have Florian Neuschwander there in the middle, our star in Munich, and he's been a national champion a few times around, hasn't he?
Neuschwander is definitely one to watch. We've already said that the conditions looked optimum here in Munich earlier today. Neuschwander has won that national title that you mentioned, Michelle, but he loved the global title to go to Germany this year. He is a real ambassador for the Wings for Life World Run, brings a huge team with him. Let's talk a little bit about Breda, close to the Belgium border. Could be interesting to see some top performances coming out of Holland this year.
You are right. And I think, again, the great thing in the Netherlands is it's flat. I think that's one of the advantages compared to some of the other big flagship races, is really making sure that you have a good course to go with. And we've got one of the guys that is used to training on the hills, specifically choosing the location in the Netherlands for its flat course.
Well, we've been running for over an hour and a half now. And what does that tell us? It tells us that the Khachkar speed increases from 14 to 15 to 16 kilometers per hour. Aaron, it doesn't sound like much, but to the runners, it means an awful lot.
It's a big difference. So around 16.4, 16.5 kilometers an hour, that's the tempo the elite men runners are going to be running at. So they're still making progress on the Khachkar. But when the Khachkar goes up to 70 kilometers per hour, then it's going to start catching them. And mentally, that's a big thing.
And speaking of being cold, we've just gone under 40,000 runners. So just hit that mark, just under 40,000 runners still left.
This is cool. Running in a tunnel somewhere? New Zealand.
Subway maybe, but it's very impressive. It's lit beautifully and the runners are really enjoying it. It's part of their circuit in Auckland, New Zealand, and interesting that everyone is zoned into that audio app experience down under, and as Michelle has just pointed out, we are now under 40,000. Good to see the atmosphere is buzzing in Pretoria in South Africa. As we'd expect, it's warm. Milan and Italy. Now, early graphics and early pace, speeds and tempo are coming in that we have. Dominika Stelmark, one of the big pre-race favourites at the top of the early table, along with Natasha Sustic. And here in Milan, lead woman, doing very well there to keep a good pace and tempo. Battersea Park in London, another fantastic turnout for all of those supporting the Wings for Life World Run from Britain. Give us a smile, the cameraman just said. We're below 37,000. 1 hour, 37 minutes now of running for those still ahead of the Khachkar. Pouring rain in Miami. But plenty of support, plenty of hydration.
This is interesting because I'm just being told this is in Nuremberg, which actually isn't that far from Munich, where the weather at the moment still looks quite nice. So the question is, will that weather move over to Munich and conditions change for the likes of Neuschwander, who is really looking to challenge for that global title? So we need to keep an eye on the weather and how it's developing across southern Germany.
Well, it still looks sunny. These are the live pictures. We've quickly jumped to Lima in Peru. It's looked misty there all day, to be honest.
Ya, dale, hermano, perfecto. Cuídate, gracias.
Depending on where these runners are from, many of them probably more from the higher locations, so they're used to training at altitude, which again, Lima isn't that high up, so for them it's running at the closer to sea level, which actually will be an advantage for those runners here. So very similar to what we're seeing in places like Kenya and Ethiopia, where many of them are used to running at altitude, and then when they drop down and race at low altitudes, it is a lot easier because there is more oxygen in your blood to play with. We talked about hydration. We've seen quite a few runners there that really have planned out their hydration plans that are running with hydration packs, that have made sure that they're carrying their water, they're carrying their electrolytes. Really important.
Let's take a look at some of your fantastic pictures from around the globe of the Wings for Life World Run 2024.
We're running. We can.
We can't anymore.
What are we doing here? Let's go. Something needed. 8 already. Woo. Let's go. Let's go, bro. I can't. 12 kilometers.
I can't. Like how much chance?
Some wonderful smiles, some magical memories. Everybody out there is having a brilliant time, but we're starting to get into the business end now. The speed has increased again on the Kachikar. Remember, we're in Bratislava, Slovakia. Quite a few still in touch with their pace ahead of the Kachikar and enjoying the vibes as well. Mexico City. A little bit of mariachi in Mexico City's got to be the name of the game. Anything and everything to keep those runners ahead of the Kachikar. Miami, USA. Kachikar continues to whittle those numbers down. We're almost below 30,000 now.
Wings for Life.
It's warm, but it's not too difficult. 26 degrees Celsius, 70% humidity. Dubai is warm as well, we know that for a fact. But it's good to see this gentleman here running in the United Arab Emirates, totally in touch with his app audio experience. New York, USA.
Big running culture in New York as well. So many running clubs there. A lot of it is organized by some of the communities. You see a lot of clubs in Brooklyn, in Queens, and a lot of it is really about bringing the health and the well-being that running brings to people that normally aren't really exposed to it. And it's exactly the same what this event does. A lot of people that are participating in the Wings for Life World Run aren't natural runners. They don't really have that closer connection with running, but they run for those who can't, and they're doing it for a good cause, and they're raising vital funds, and that is always what this event is all about.
Warm down is just as important as warm up for many, Michelle.
It absolutely is, and it's one of the things that I am terrible at, and I should really look at these women and these runners here that are really making an effort there, because as you said, the rehab that you want to avoid, you can avoid by really cooling down.
Yeah, and let's go up to Manchester and see another one of the app runs in the north of England. It's good to see that Manchester is playing their part as well. One or two guys there have clearly been caught by the catcher car in their app run experience.
Head over, get yourself a massage, get yourself checked out.
Turkey, Istanbul. It's a loop track that they run there, and they're back along, or certainly the fastest runners are, along the coastline. And this runner on screen looking very, very comfortable and in control.
Yes, making sure really the arms are not moving too much, but they're just staying right where they're supposed to be. Slight forward lean, which a lot of people forget about, that is actually of advantage.
And as we were talking about before, he was wearing this vest with some hydration and gels and things, and I think that can be pretty important, especially in a hot location like that.
So one of the runners that many people have tipped as a potential global champion for 2024 is Dominika Stelmark. Legend Dominika Stelmark will return to Poznan's flagship run 9 years after her first win there in 2015. That run was the kickstarter to her running career. Her decision to be in the race and winning it completely and unexpectedly changed everything. She suddenly started to believe in herself and started beating her records at every distance. Dominika Stelmark won in Santiago in Chile in 2017, becoming the global female winner and the first global winner from Poland. Her determination won her that title at 68.21 kilometers. Since then, she became a world record holder in the 12-hour run, Polish record holder in 50 kilometers, 100 kilometers, and more success. Wings for Life World Run is unique. And it is not just because of the personal connection, because of the purpose that it delivers in each and every run. Dominika Stelmark is one of the big favourites for today's race. Well, there is Dominika Stelmark. Aaron, she's looking serious. She means business today. You can clearly see.
She's currently in the lead as well.
Yeah.
And right now, she's made a distance of 26.97 kilometers. And her closest rival is Natasha Stušik, about 200 meters after her. So it's still very tight, but she looks confident. She looks not stressed, like her face is pretty calm. And I mean, she's just in the zone right now running.
Yep, this looks like a very good group of athletes, and a group of athletes that are really helping Stelmark maintain good rhythm, good pace.
And that makes a difference as well, having people around you, so you can only just look at their back and just follow it. Because if you need to keep the pace yourself, I think it's harder.
Now, this is the lead woman in Croatia. This is Nastaša Sustić. And again, she's tucked right in behind the gentleman in front, helping her keep a good pace as well. Let's have a look at the social wall. and see some of your pictures and stories of the day so far. Bragança in Brazil. This is how you celebrate a medal.
I think those girls could have run faster. Too much energy left.
Now, I want you all to practice that one at home, please. Beautiful. Leonardo and friends celebrating their medals of success in the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. If you're just joining us here live, the records have already been tumbling. 265,818 runners began the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run earlier today.
Not even 10% left.
Away from me. All right? So far, 21.3 kilometers. From Albania to Tirana. Never give up. Never give up.
Great words from Arlent in Tirana, Albania. Still in touch with the audio app experience, still ahead of the catcher car. There are 22,000 runners just still out there in the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run. They have tumbled quickly after a record-breaking starting number of 265,818 runners across 169 countries.
No idea at all.
Frederica in Denmark has also had a great run today. Huge turnout and success for so many. Breda in the Netherlands. Plenty of support from the onlookers in crowd, friends and family.
I'm currently looking at the stats for the quickest runners in the world right now, and we have Taichi Ino, a Japanese runner running with the app in Japan. And this is kind of cool because he's now done 33.5 kilometers, and his estimated distance right now, which he's not going to be able to keep, I'm pretty sure it's 84.99 kilometers, so almost 85 kilometers, which would be a new record by a lot. So he's going out hard. I wonder how long he's going to be able to keep a pace like this.
Well, these are some lovely pictures, beautiful countryside in Liechtenstein. And here comes the celebration dance for those that have been caught by the catcher car in Kenya at Nairobi. Beautiful dancing. Oh, what a celebration. Smiles and dance. They've played their part today in running for those who can't, and you can see the enjoyment of the family in Nairobi. Through the night, the runners in Tokyo in Japan. But as Aaron, our expert analyst, has been pointing out, we're always keeping our eyes very closely on the Japanese runners. Of course, they've won it for the past 2 years over in Tokyo with Joe Fukuda, who's come over to run in Europe for this year. We'll be watching him very carefully in the latter stages of the global chase from Vienna, but we've also seen women's global champions come from Japan as well. So no surprise really, Aaron, to see a bunch of Japanese runners really blazing the early trail.
So here we have Joe Fukuda in Austria, in Vienna, and he seems to be by himself right now. And as you said, Japan has a really strong running culture. Oh, is he? Ah, he's lagging behind.
Let's watch carefully, because I'm not so sure Joe Fukuda likes to be out there on his own. There look to be a couple of runners ahead of him in Vienna, Austria. Obviously, we know it's about getting the pace right. As the catcher car speed increases, your pace needs to increase as the going gets tougher. But quite a surprise to see Fukuda down in third, yes.
Some interesting things here. Fukuda is dropping. Okay, we think this is Taiji Ino, the leading man right now in the world. And as we said before, the tempo he's keeping is probably too high. But how long is he going to be able to keep it? Because right now, he's in the world lead by about 2 kilometers. And he's estimated to do 85 kilometers right now, which I can like bet my wheelchair on is not going to happen. But how far is he going to be able to go? And that Yo Fukuda is dropping back. Is it because the two guys in the lead are having a too high tempo, or that he can't follow? Or is he smart and realizing, okay, they're going too fast, they're going to burn out? And it's interesting to see.
Well, Tachino Ino's got some pretty impressive marathon figures against his name. This is Dominika Stelmark, who is in the black outfit.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Stelmark looking for her second global title. You have to go back to 2017, but this is a lady that looks on a mission here. She's really tucked in behind, getting some nice aerodynamic. Let's give you some quick facts and figures. Women's global champions. Last year, Kaiser Schroeder. She's a little injured this year. Nina Uzjuban, no, it was Nina Zarina back then, but she switched her name. Now she's married and living in Armenia. Uzjuban has won it 4 times, of course. Vera Nunes, and there we see Dominika Stelmark, also compounding the stories and knowledge from Japan, from Aaron. Yoshida and Watanabe are 2 female global champions from Japan, but not since 2017 as this lady on screen.
That's amazing.
Taken the global champion. Whoa-ho!
It's super cool to see her back in the lead of the race.
And I think she looks comfortable, Aaron. How would you describe that pace, that tempo, and the style that she's showing us?
It's a good thing she's obviously got a friend with her to pace her, which is great. And looking at her face, I like to look at the face of athletes to see how much are they struggling. And she looks really calm to me right now, composed, and just focusing on her running. And if she can keep this up, it's amazing. And she's right now in the lead with about 150 meters compared to Nastasia Sustic. And yeah, we'll see. It's still early in the race, but with this pace right now, she's projected to go about 57 kilometers.
Well, I'm looking carefully. When you go to Vienna, you have to look very carefully. Is that Manu Feller with the moustache there? World Cup slalom champion, ski racing legend. When he won the Crystal Globe for this season, he cut off all his dreadlocks as part of the celebration. So I do believe the left of the screen, that is Manu Feller, the world #1 in alpine slalom
Do you think
racing.
the moustache makes you faster?
Moustache definitely makes you faster in ski racing. You have to watch them carefully in Austria. I have the confirmation. That is Manu Feller taking the Slalom Crystal Globe on the World Cup Alpine Ski Racing Tour this season. They love this guy in Austria. He releases his own pop songs. He's a real online and social media character as well. But I'm glad that he's still ahead of the catcher car, because it's important that he can show us that he's a good runner as well as a very fast skier.
It's done good for a skier. It's really nice. But now, oh, that's coming really close. Run, run, run! And as most people right now, they really, really sprint in the end, trying to make those few extra 100 meters.
Oh, the catcher car is coming. Manu Feller, still time to pose for a selfie. Manu Feller knows that his time is up on the streets of Vienna. But of course, alpine skiing is the national sport here in Austria. They love their sporting heroes. And thank you, Manu Feller, for running for those who can't. It looks like the tank is empty. The catcher car is looming. Manu Feller, the grimace is clear on the face.
Go.
He's digging deep. Manu Feller has got no more. Manu Feller just asking the fans to back off a little for the photos now. I'm hurting. He's in pain.
Well, he's doing great. I mean, half a marathon distance. It's impressive.
Oh, Anna Gasser, Reini Semple, great friends of Manu's, both winter sports superstars, finally reeling in the world #1 in slalom ski racing. It's been a pleasure to have Manu on board. The fans have loved running alongside him, and he's done.
It's not often you're getting to compete next to your hero.
Watch out for Manu Feller at the Alpine Ski Racing World Championships in Saalbach this winter. But watch out for Manu Feller in the Wings for Life World Run, doing a great job in 2024. And I guarantee he'll be back in 2025.
Yeah.
Favourite for World Championship and Olympic gold. And it's good to see Manu out with his fans on the streets of Vienna. Now, we're in London. This is Battersea Park. This could be helpful to some, Aaron, would it be fair to say? Part of it track, part of it road. Running on an actual athletics track, is that a help for them, or is it something that they just need to take into account in Calgary?
I would say it depends a little bit on the track and the material. Like, looking at the track, that looked like an older track with this rubbery material. The newer tracks use the Mondo material, which is a little bit faster. But I would still say it's faster to run in a straight line than having to go around. And also, if you run in a straight line, you can be lucky or unlucky to have a headwind or tailwind. But if you're able to have a bit of a tailwind, that's good. And on a running course, like on a track, you're never going to get that.
Well, we've almost been out there for 2 hours, and it has been a sensational 2 hours. It has gone so quickly, I don't know where the time has gone. We started off with over 250,000, and now we're below 14,000. The catcher car is reeling them in at a rapid rate now. It has been going for 22.36 kilometers, 13.9 miles. But we are 2 hours into the Wings for Life World Run, and it has been sensational so far.
Looking at this right now, I mean, the catcher car is a bit more than the half marathon. And this is some great runners being caught.
It is the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run, and as always, we've got people joining us from incredible locations all over the world for this unique race format. This year, more than 250,000 participants from over 190 countries are running for those who can't, and raising valuable funds for the Wings for Life Foundation and spinal cord research. This race is for everyone, everywhere. And this is what the 2024 Wings for Life World Run looks like around the globe at the start. Smiles all round and anxious faces ready to take on the challenge. Here we see Wings for Life CEO Anita Gerharder, Norwegian alpine ski racer Henrik Kristoffersen, and Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner, two key participants of the Wings for Life World Run. Unlike other races, the finish line is chasing the participants. Shortly after the start of the race, the official catcher cars simultaneously take off, each catcher car setting off at 14 kilometers an hour and accelerating every half an hour. When the catcher car passes a runner, their race is over. There are so many emotions being experienced by all of the runners here. Austrian snowboarder Anna Gasser is cheering on everyone from the catcher car, and meanwhile the kindergartners and Anita Gerharder have been caught by the catcher car. American ultra runner David Kilgore is taking part in the Wings for Life World Run in New York, and everyone around the world is truly excited to be taking part in this global race. This race is for everyone. It does not matter wherever you are, a professional athlete, an absolute beginner, or take on this race in a wheelchair. For some, costumes are helping them drive them to new distances. Others are being inspired by the audio experience in the official app. No matter the weather, people are still preserving and running in the race, like in Spain and here in Nuremberg.
with the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. This is our record-breaking 11th edition, with over 250,000 people running across the globe, running for those who can't. We've been out there for 2 hours, some in some tough weather conditions. Heat and rain have been two of the key factors to top performances here today. But there are still over 11,000 running in Europe. There are still thousands running across the globe in this amazing and unique race. We have seen so many smiles, so many memories, and we're now starting to get into the professional end. Those serious runners, those full-time athletes are now starting to make their mark. First and foremost, looking to win the national title. And then if you see the national title on the horizon, well, why not go for the global title? In the men's chase, Joe Fukuda, who's won this championship title for the past 2 years, has come to Europe to try and show the Europeans how the Japanese like to do it. But there's also some very good runners back home in Japan that maybe Joe is missing, not running alongside. Aaron, I think it's fair to say this race is wide open. We're looking, and I know you're studying the stats very carefully indeed. There are some going very hard, very early. But Joe Fukuda, the big pre-race champion for the men's race, still seems to be calm, cool, and on pace. Is that fair to say?
Maybe.
Okay.
It depends a little bit. Right now, we have still Tachi Ino in the lead. It's estimated to do 85 kilometers. We don't think that's going to happen. Joe Fukuda right now is in 5th spot, estimated to do 72 kilometers, which is more than his previous record. If anybody can beat 70 kilometers this year, that's amazing. That's a new record. So we don't have that yet. And Joe Fukuda has got 2 runners ahead of him in Austria right now. We have Julien Ruel and Mario Bundenfeld, who's about 200 meters ahead of him, if our stats is correct right now. We don't really know until we get a camera update. And this could be that Joe is pacing himself, knowing he's going to catch them later, or that he hasn't got energy to follow them. We don't really know that yet, but it's super, super interesting to follow. And this is still early on in the race. They're about 35 kilometers into the race and half distance. You know, a lot can happen in those few hours that we have left.
Well, it's going to be very interesting on the women's side of the race. Dominika Stelmark, a champion back in 2017, is looking very strong as well. These are the pictures from Nairobi in Kenya, now to Oslo in Norway. A lot of people, the race is now over, and the family share their experiences. We've been running for over 2 hours. The Kachikara has covered just under 15 miles, 24.09 kilometers to be precise. And here we are in Bratislava, Slovakia. 100 runners still out there in Slovakia. Here in the commentary box, the computer tells us this looks to be their lead male.
Juraj Polak, I can see there, 32.5 kilometers he has done so far. So he's the current leader for the men in Slovakia, in Bratislava.
And 32 kilometers is impressive, but to be in the top 10 in the world, you need to be at about 34 kilometers right now. So he's not in the top 10, but he's doing a great job.
No, he's doing a very good job, Aaron. He's out there alone. It doesn't look like he's got a lot of company, a lot of people to help push and keep that pace flowing. But good luck to Mr. Polak as he continues to stay ahead of the Kachikar. I just love these celebrations in Nairobi. It's almost as if it's part of the rule book. Save a little for the dance at the end.
And speaking of Nairobi, I know we talked earlier about the strength of running in Japan, but it is absolutely not to be understated how strong Kenyan running is. I've had a look at the qualification standards for the Olympics, just to kind of give you an idea. So 41 Kenyan men alone have hit the qualifying standard for the Paris Olympics, and 36 Kenyan women, so only 3 in each of those disciplines, are going, but that just shows you how good of a running nation Kenya really is. And clearly celebration nation as well.
Now, this is the fastest man in the race so far, Tachi Ino, running in Japan. We were just 28 years of age. We were a little worried that he was going too hard too soon. He didn't listen to us, did he, Aaron? He's really going here.
His pace is still amazing. And I've been looking at his personal records, the ones I can find online. His marathon personal best is from 2020, so it's 4 years old, and it's a time of 2 hours and 23 minutes. And he's definitely improved since then.
He's barely run any marathons so far. I mean, he's mostly running 5,000 meters, 10,000 meters, so this is already very much over distance for him.
This is Flo Nushwander, a real crowd favourite, very popular. He'll be happy to hear that he's ahead of Joe Fukuda, the defending champion. But Flo, again, what's a little bit disappointing for me, Michelle, for many of these leaders now as we jump from country to country, they're out there on their own. This is Guillaume Roule, a French runner in Vienna, Austria. Started off with a very, very good pace. But again, the important part of the story to follow here, for those of you that are really motivated by the chase for the global title, is that he's ahead of Joe Fukuda.
Well,
and as we hit the hour, of course, the catcher car gets quicker. Every 30 minutes, the speed increases, now from 16 to 17 kilometers. And let's have just a quick reminder for you. From 2:30 till 3, that's plus hours from the start time, it starts to jump by 4 kilometers.
Yeah, and now the elite runners are getting caught as well. Before they were making distance with these speeds on the catcher car. Now the increase is getting smaller. And you can see on the left arm of him, he's wearing a CGM, a continuous glucose monitor. Maybe he's got diabetes, but not sure. A lot of athletes are using these nowadays to track their level of sugar in their body, so know how much energy they need to put in their system to have good blood sugar the whole time.
Guys, I want you to take a close look at this, because there's a lot of people thinking that this could be the global winner. Guillaume Roule, French runner, a very impressive PB, comes from a family of ultra runners. He was tipped as one of the potential dark horses to really test Joe Fukuda, who's running in Vienna, Michelle, as well today. Could this be happening even sooner than we expected?
I mean, the good thing with Guillaume is, as you mentioned, he really is an ultra runner. So his last season was all about dedication to prepare for the 100-kilometer distance. So he really knows, quite literally, how to go the distance.
Michelle, quickly, Dominika Stelmark. She looking in good nick, looking in condition, because this is going to be a brilliant story. Winner in 2017, coming back 6 years later.
I think
7 years later, my apologies, and doing it again.
I think she looks still pretty strong there.
Well, superb running from Stelmark out in front in Poznan, Poland. Let's take a look at more of your fantastic pictures on our social wall.
Idemo, gaz! Badaj! Wait. Because you're actually the winner. No, I'm not. You're not?
The handy also? Huh? On the handy?
Let's take a look at some of the former champions. Right here in the commentary box, 3 times global champion, Aron Andersson. Nina Uzban, well, she's now running for Armenia with a lovely little son. Is out there running today, but not in a competitive mode. And Joe Fukuda, well, we expected him to be the biggest story of the day, to be honest, but he is a little under pace at this point in the competition. Joe Fukuda is our global champion for the past 2 years. He is right up there with the big names, but he is a little off the pace in Vienna right now. 3 legends out on screen. And this is the gentleman that is almost putting the cat among the pigeons. Let's not go too soon, Aaron, but I have to say, this gentleman who is leading, of course, it is Atachi Ino. He's comfortably ahead of the rest of the world, and he's on track for a massive, smashing the record, I think I'd go as far as to say.
I'm getting more and more impressed by him. He was before scheduled to do 85 kilometers. He's now up to 85.9. He's increased the pace. It's unreal. And yeah, super, super impressive. I still don't think he's going to be able to keep it up. But if he can, it's just wow.
Well, this gentleman has been waiting so long for his chance and shot at the global title. Of course, it is Flo Neuschwander. He's won in Germany before. We know that. He brings a huge contingent of Neuschwander runners every year to the Wings for Life World Run, but he's been out-pipped on the day. And let's hope that it could be Flo years. But once again, the Japanese runners are pushing really hard. Dominika Stelmark is at the top of the table in the women's race in Poland. 2 hours, 14 minutes we have been running for now. Just over 6,000 runners still left in the competition. The catcher car is at 16.5 miles or 26.56.
The interesting thing we just saw on the track was everybody's always running in one direction. I think with distances like this, sometimes it would actually be good to, after every 5K or so, turn the other way around, because that's the advantage runners have on the road, as we can see here, without having to move too much in one direction. And because that can really impact your hips, it can really impact you.
Mason Spellings, 34 years of age, from Houston, USA. After a motor crash that left him paralyzed, Mason Spellings had a choice: give in to the injury or fight to regain the use of his body. At first, he was optimistic when learning about the details of his neck injury. He had broken a few bones before. Why would this be any different? With the unfamiliar feeling of paralysis and time, he eventually learned that things may never be the same again. But with his wife's support, he tackled the daunting task of relearning basics, pushing forward with perseverance. Mason has been a huge advocate for the Wings for Life World Run. This fundraiser gives him incredible purpose and drive when he trains to take small steps and increases his goal for walking in the run without assistance, and recruiting people to join his team to raise money for this research he holds in great hope. For him, it means everything. As a father and a husband, he dreams of one day being back on his feet, holding his family in his arms. This is Mason's 4th year participating in the Wings for Life World Run.
Good one.
And the first with his young child.
Wings for Life, baby. Yeah, bro.
And some wonderful pictures here of Mason playing his part in the Wings for Life World Run in 2024.
Guys, you gotta run this far. Come on. This is good for my butt. Oh my God, what are you talking about? We have to. Steve just walks that hole because he thinks that we can run it.
Croatia, the leading woman we see here, Nastasa Sustic, the leading woman in Croatia, and globally currently in 2nd position behind Dominika Stelmark. Her predicted or estimated catching distance is 55 kilometers, just over 55 kilometers. But she's still looking pretty good, but we can also see there the course. And I think, Aaron, you have been on the course in Zadar. It's a bit hilly there, isn't it?
Yeah, the beginning is flat, but then it gets hilly. And I think that's a disadvantage. The Poznan course is way flatter. And I think Dominika Stelmacher, we can see here, has a clear advantage. And I think she also looks more fresh than Natasha Stucis did. What do you think?
Well, she also has the big advantage that she has a pacer and somebody that's actually running ahead of her. So even if she might be running in the wind, there might be an advantage there.
Now, this is an interesting point from our men's leader. He's already passed the marathon distance. That is showing the pace that he's got here.
Yeah, he slowed down a little now on his pace, but he's still keeping such a good tempo here. And if he can sustain this kind of pace, he's still going 85 kilometers. It's extremely, extremely impressive.
Question now. This is the question now with Tachi Ino, is whether he can maintain this pace. Surely, Aaron, I mean, the only person who's made a pace like this or kept a pace going like this is you, when you were in your wheelchair.
Yeah.
But he looks fresh, he's got a good cadence, the techniques look strong. Michelle, is this the big upset of 2024, and it's come from Japan again?
Well, it would make me wonder whether we should just start organizing big marathon races in the middle of the night, and Japan would be dominating all of them, because clearly that's something that they're very strong at. But someone else who's looking very good there is our fellow runner in Austria.
Yeah, it's Ruhl, isn't it? It's Guillaume Ruhl who's leading in Vienna. That's the big story and the surprise, because he's ahead of Joe Fukuda. Here's Willinger, the catcher car driver in Munich, Germany, reeling them in now. These are the semi-pros, fair to say, Michelle, good runners that have set the marathon distance, I would imagine, of their target. Of course, 26.09 miles or 42 kilometers is what they have set. This is our leader in Paris. It's a Frenchman that is leading in Vienna. But again, this runner on screen sets a good pace and tempo comfortably ahead of the catcher car.
And I'm just looking at the overall numbers now. It looks like Joe Fukuda has really dropped out of the top 5. He was in there a minute ago, but at the moment it's Taichi Ino, Guillaume Ruhl, and Florian Neuschwander who are the top 3.
Well, we dropped below 5,000 runners out there. It's getting down to their professional runners left to competing. Adelaide, Australia, still late in the night. There's a little bit of a technique for you. But let's take a little bit more of some of those special moments and special techniques as we have a close-up with our social wall. You with the Wings for Life World Run live in Poznan, Poland. This is the current women's global leader, and it is Dominika Stelmach. We know that she won the global title in 2017. She's been a major player in the Wings for Life World Run since 2015. And of course, this lady has got a very very skillful timing, I would say, Michelle. Is that fair to say? She's been chased by Sustic that we see here in Zadar in Croatia. Sustic, we know, has got a kick when she's under pressure, but Stelmark is able to up the tempo just at the right point and time in the race.
Yes, and I think there we see it really does make a difference where in the world you're running this race, and it's part of the beauty of it, but it's also the challenge. There we have the third place runner, Katja Tegler of Germany. She just ran a half marathon in Hamburg recently in 1:18, but I don't think she's that experienced on the over distances. So for her, it's going to get tougher and tougher because I don't think she's done that many marathons compared to Dominika and Nastasa, who really have got that experience and who have participated in this race a lot.
It's good to see Katja Tegler. We had a quick shot there of the lady lying third running in Germany. We're going to stay in Germany. This is Flo Neuschwander. There's thousands of people out there that would love to see Flo win the global title. He struggled a little with his pace when we've got down to those final few kilometers. We hope that Neuschwander has the possibility of pulling it off here. Now, Mexico City is our next global stop. This runner is out there in front, getting some hydration. Mexico City determined to be out there. We're heading for 2.5 hours now of running since the start. We're going to dip under 4,000 global runners still in the chase out there. But those numbers are dropping quickly, Aaron.
Yeah, super quickly right now. And I'm calculating a little bit of speeds here. I'm looking at Tachi Ino, the Japanese runner in the lead right now. And his current average speed is about 18 kilometers per hour. And I've been looking at world records, kind of calculating and seeing what are really good speeds for this kind of events. And the world record in 80 kilometers is about 16.7 kilometers per hour. So right now, it's 1.3 kilometers per hour over the world record speed. So I don't think it's going to be able to keep up with this kind of speed, but for how long can he keep it up and how much will he lose in the end? Like, how long can he go like this for?
Well, stay with us here at the Wings for Life World Run because this competition is getting very hot indeed. Let's also take the chance to take a look at some of the amazing videos that you have been sending to us on the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run.
Hey guys, this is Vicky Gomez. We are here in Wings for Life World Run in Luxembourg together with Bob.
Hey, how are you? Wow, the start is gone. The first runners are passing us because they're not the fastest. I'm in crutches, but let's run for those who can't.
Exactly, let's do it. Luxembourg.
Wings for Life World Run in Santiago, Chile.
What's up, World Runners? My name is Mike Shaw, running in beautiful Kelowna, British Columbia, with the Okanagan Lifestyle Crew, Red Bull Canada. So grateful for everybody around the world running in the Wings for Life World Run. I'm a C4-5 incomplete quadriplegic. I've had a remarkable recovery from spinal cord injury, and I'm so grateful to have the ability to run, and that's what this event is all about. Running for those who can't, trying to fund a cure for spinal cord injury. Together, as a global community, we can do it. Woo!
Let's take a close look at some of the numbers. It has been a grueling and tough Wings for Life World Run in 2024. We started off with way over 250,000, and now we're whittling them down to just a few left in Mexico, the USA just 40. We're hearing that there's still over 1,000 running in Germany, but that looks to be the highest number now as the numbers start to dwindle. The catcher car reels them all in as those speeds increase. This is at Jerne Slivnik in Ljubljana. Great to see Jerne out there being caught by the catcher car, a winter sport superstar, and out in the chair. Oh, that is amazing. 2.5 hours just under. A great performance, Aaron.
That's
from
right,
a wheelchair racer.
He should be sitting way lower in this chair. He's technically is not pushing any well. I'm like, oh, sit lower. He could have gone 20 kilometers more. No, the thing is, he was sitting a little bit too high, so it's hard for him to get proper power in the push in the wheelchair. But his wheelchair is probably for daily use and not really made for racing.
Exactly. That is the rule. Bratislava in Slovakia. These are wonderful pictures. My apologies. We're in Poznan in Poland. Adam Małysz. He's been a part of the Catcher-Car team in Poland for many years, from the heights of his own ski jumping career to now president of the Winter Sport Federation.
And he just loved that job. I mean, he really hasn't stopped beeping that horn as he's been going.
They will have to change the horn on that car after this one.
With our runner in Paris again, I think, as I said earlier, I think he's really benefiting from running in the shade, having all the trees around him. I think it really helps keep the temperatures low. I think it also helps in case there's any wind, because it is a looped course, as it looks like. So he will at some point have slightly windier conditions, and that's where the trees are really, really beneficial for someone like him.
I think they need everything they can to get help here, because the Catcher-Car speed will increase again in just a short while. Good to see that there are runners still out there in Schaan, in Liechtenstein. And these are the celebrations in Gurugram.
They can't have tried that hard if they can still jump like that. We'll be doing exactly the same when we're done commentating, won't we?
Exactly.
Well, the top runners out there have surpassed the marathon distance. That's our leaders. Taki Ino and Dominika Stelmark. This is Pauline van Donkelaar. I hope that's the correct pronunciation, of our leader in Breda. And here's Quispe. Great to see the famous Peruvian runner who's opted to run in Holland this year. And it's good to see that he's leading. 41.09 kilometers, 25.53 miles. Another leader heading for the marathon mark.
And just a quick note on Quispe there. I think he's just moved very close to the top 5 there. He's really approaching that marathon mark, as you said.
And of course, Quispe, one of the most experienced of the pro runners out there today. He's been with us since 2014, the very, very first Wings for Life World Run. And we all remember those classic battles with Lemmerwerke Kettemer in the early Wings for Life World Run races.
And as we can see with the runners here, he's obviously super experienced. He's done this many times before. He's really pacing himself. So I wonder if some of the faster runners right now will be suffering because the tempo they had in the beginning was a little bit too high. Like if you're used to running a marathon and all of a sudden you're going to add 30K or something to the marathon and you use the marathon pace.
Oh,
it's going to be different.
I thought he was just about to go for the fueling there. It looked like he was just getting something out of his pocket because, again, we see the top runners. They're now approaching those distances where, as you said, you cannot keep slacking on the hydration, on the fueling, because your body will remind you that it needs carbohydrates, it needs electrolytes to keep going.
More runners in Germany than anywhere else in the world right now. Just at 7.56, followed by Austria, Poland, Switzerland. We know the pace is coming from Japan. Andy Willinger driving the Catcher-Car there in Germany. Takes the tempo and the speed of the Catcher-Car up another notch.
Yeah, now it's really starting to catch all the runners. Nobody's making any gains on the car right now. And as we were talking about before with fueling, it's really important that kind of this stage in the race to really be fueling.
Aaron, another quick question for you. Look at the jump in the speeds. It goes up by 4 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
So those semi-professionals now have a much more difficult time staying ahead of that Kachikar.
Yeah, it's impossible right now. You're not going to be running more than 18 kilometers per hour. It's not going to happen. And now the car is starting to reel in everybody pretty fast.
It's interesting. So if you look at the pace, like we're at 18 kilometers an hour now. If you look at that from a kilometer perspective, that's 3:20 pace. 3:20 pace. The world record pace for the marathon for men's is 2:51. So this is the times that we're now getting to. Once we're moving up to 22 kilometers an hour, that's when it goes to 2:43, and then it's below world record pace. So now is really crunch time when it comes to the Kachikar speed.
Yeah, and looking at paces, like the Wings for Life World Run record pace is about 3:36. So it's a big difference between the marathon world record and the Wings for Life paces. Because a lot of things happen like between those distances.
Exactly.
A little bit of news for the champion Nina Zarina, now known as Nina Uzubian. Nina has just been caught in California at 31.3 kilometers. She'd made it quite clear that she would not be competitive in this year's run, coming back from injury and has a very busy marathon schedule. But for all of you, Nina Zarina, now known as Nina Uzubian, she's out of the race.
Yep, and looking at the top men's right now, Tashi Ino in Japan, that was previously headed to 85 kilometers. His pace is really dropping fast. Now he's headed for 80. He's previously headed for 85. Now he's 83. So his tempo is going down significantly right now. The question is just how much will his tempo drop? Will he have hit the wall so the people behind him can catch him?
Lucas Muller is still out there. Aaron, your words on Lucas. He's looking tired. He's coming to the end of his challenge, but he's still in the race.
Yeah, he's pushing well. I mean, 32 kilometers in the wheelchair, that's really great. And he seems to have a pretty good technique. He's got some good gloves on. The gloves is important in the wheelchair racing, like to get some good grip and friction with the push rims in the chair. And yeah, he's doing nice.
32 years of age from southern Austria. A lot of people will be cheering on Lucas here right now. Now let's get back to Tokyo in Japan. Is that upset that we were talking about on the cards? Tashi Ino comfortably leading, setting a blistering pace, but has he gone too hard too soon?
Yeah, that's the big question we're asking ourselves right now. And Julie Muel in second place, is he going to be able to catch him or not? We'll see. Because the pace he's at right now, Ino Tachi in Japan, is not going to work. And this is kind of interesting. We see a wheelchair user here in, I would say it's a basketball or tennis wheelchair. And as you can see, it's not really meant for pushing on asphalt like this. It works, but he's clearly struggling. Slovenian sports star, that was Tadej Pogačar, the Tour de France winner.
Well, the fastest in the women's competition is Dominika Stelmach leading the women's, but it's good to see that Denmark is Camilla Pedersen.
Oh, that's hard.
It's good to see. She's a former triathlete, had a bike accident and is getting back to full strength and fitness. It's good to see that Camilla Pedersen is out there leading in Denmark and showing a really good pace here, digging deep. There's a nice positive attitude and a very good tempo about the work.
And you mentioned positivity there, and that's something really important. A lot of thought goes into actually the psychological side of longer distances. And many people say when you start to feel tired, when you start to struggle, if you look at the likes of Eliud Kipchoge, who's one of the greatest marathoners of all times, he smiles, and you can see that's exactly what Camilla Pedersen there is doing. It's when you start to struggle, you really just go in yourself. When you smile, you instantly start to feel better as well, and that's a really good technique that she's employing there by herself.
Physically in the body, when you put on a smile, you create endorphins, and endorphins is the body's natural painkiller, the body's natural morphine, so that will help you battle the pain.
This is Inga-Lena Schönberg-Hoyk. I hope I pronounced that correctly. A current lead woman in Germany.
Saying thank you there to the guys that are still alongside her there. Inga-Lena Schomburg-Heuk. Again, having looked her up, she's more experienced. She's a very experienced runner, but comes more from the track distances and has only recently been stepping it up on the longer distances on the road.
Sustic in Croatia, leading. No, second position, leading in Croatia. My apologies. Second position if you take in the overall standings, but it's so close. You can see for yourself the graphic on the left of our screens. 39.47 kilometers for Stelmach, 38.82 for Sustic. So, Michelle, it's going to be all down to that closeout, how much you've got left in reserve to really push it as the catcher car closes in. We know that it's increased by 4 kilometers per hour, and it's the same question for the lady on screen now, Dominika Stelmach. Let me say quickly, she really is benefiting from this pacemaker as well. Absolutely. This guy's doing a great job.
Phenomenal. And then also the question that I always have asking myself in these situations is, are they aware of where they are in the global rankings? Do they have someone with them that is giving them kind of notice how close people are, how many there still are? Or are they really just focusing on themselves when it comes to knowing how to push themselves, whether to increase, whether they can kind of let down a little bit on the distance?
So what I was doing in a situation like this, when I was by myself with the lead bikers, is that I would ask the bikers, like, pull up your phone, go onto the Wings for Life World Run website and see where I'm in the world. For me, that was really important to know, to get that information.
So if I understand this graphic correctly, the dots are explaining us. The leading dot here is by how far our leader is leading in Japan, in Fukuoka. So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah, but his tempo is falling right now.
Let's take a look at the best of the costumes in the Wings for Life World Run for 2024.
Es auch für die Spitzenläufer zunehmend schwierig.
This is the Wings for Life World Run for 2024, and we're getting into the business end of proceedings here right now. The fastest in the world are clear of the catcher car. We've had some wonderful moments and memories with the fun runners. The semi-professionals have got to marathon distance and enjoyed it, but now we're chasing for national and global winners, and this will be fiercely competitive and fantastic to watch. In Bratislava, it is close, but they're out there on their own. It's those runners that are working in small groups or with pacemakers that seem to be benefiting most of all. Japan is out there in the lead, but there's a question mark, as if the Japanese athletes may have gone too fast too soon. And some of the old legends and stars of the women's race are at the top of the table. Dominika Stelmach leading in Poland. Sustic is there in Zadar. This is a magical memory, a brilliant performance, and a superb shot. Lucas Muller, after a great race in his chair, has finally been caught by the catcher car. And there is Lucas with the salute. He's enjoyed every moment of this performance. He's given it all. Lucas Muller inspiring the world to run for those who can't. And down in Adelaide in Australia, running in the night sky, all alone. It's just gone past 11 p.m. in the evening. 2 hours 42 now. These top runners have been out there. And I have to say, this gentleman looking very comfortable indeed. Here's the last of the runners in Manchester being caught by the virtual catcher car. Well done to Manchester for hosting their app event. And now the party begins.
Well done. An amazing, amazing run, my friend. Give yourself a big pat on the back.
15 left in South America, 40 in North America. Pushing, challenging, digging deep in Oceania, where there are 24 still left in the race. 98 runners across Asia. 9 still pushing in Africa. And 1,300 in Europe, with the greatest number of Europeans still running. Germany, 358, still in the chase. Well, last year, only 38 athletes made it beyond the 50-kilometer mark. That will be a target for many. 1,400 runners left in the world. We're in Breda, in the Netherlands. It's close in the women's competition, but the computer in the comm box here tells us that Stelmark is still out in front.
So in Prague, we see the men's leading athlete here, the sole runner there behind the bike. Again, it's a great course in terms of there's a lot of foliage, the temperatures should be aided by the trees along the course.
.295, Germany still has the top number, Austria and Poland. But it's Japan that could put the cat among the pigeons as we search for a global champion. Sandile McKees from Pretoria, South Africa. Sandile is a 35-year-old former aspiring model who broke his back in 3 places after an horrific motorbike accident in 2013. For over 2.5 years, he was in and out of hospital. He fell into a dark depression and was ready to give up. He had to relearn almost everything after his accident, from dressing himself to how to interact. Fortunately, he had friends and family who helped. A Wings for Life World Run experience helped Sandile feel that he could be part of society again. He went from feeling like everything was still around him to feeling like he was speeding down a road faster than the people running. This has made him a passionate ambassador for the event and its cause. He's an inspiration to many and continues to dream bigger and bigger. He dreams of skydiving and swimming on his own. It has been a long and difficult journey. However, he appreciates the personal growth over the years. Today, he's a licensed drone pilot and works as a software engineer in the Drone Space Building Autonomous Systems. And today, he is running for those who can't. Great pictures here of Sandile McKees flying the flag in Pretoria, South Africa.
I love the energy. Wow. Such an inspiration.
And the fastest lady in South Africa for the 2024 Wings for Life World Run, Lauren Quinn, has been caught. And Lauren, 32.89, 20.43 miles, the national winner in Cape Town.
And soon we're down to only 1,000 runners in the world. It's getting exciting. And I'm here looking at the statistics for the elite men right now. And Tachi Ino, who we said had an incredible tempo in the beginning. That was aiming, like his tempo was at 85 kilometers. The tempo is now down to about 80.5 kilometers. So he's really, really going slower. So the question is, will our man from France, Guillaume Ruel, in second place, be able to catch him or not? It's going to be tight, I think.
Getting old now, guys.
Well, this is Battersea Park in London. Quick update on the women still running. 28 in Poland, 25 in Germany, 21 in Austria. The numbers get lower through Switzerland, Netherlands, Croatia, Slovenia. One left in Australia, one in Denmark, one in Japan.
Give us a wave.
Mexico City is also coming to the end of its women's race here.
Venga, más emoción.
Oh. 2 hours 48.
In the heat and the altitude.
Just
That's
brilliant.
hard.
Yeah. This has got to be one of the toughest locations to perform to your best on the Wings for Life World Run, as Aaron has just pointed out. And over 2,000 meters of altitude
look at the
in
surface.
the city.
They're running on the hot asphalt. Oh, it's an interesting update. Dominika Stelmarsh don't have her pacer anymore. We can see the pacer behind there lagging behind. She dropped the pacer.
Which is good to see, which is classic Stelmark. She's finding another gear, she's digging deep, she's taking this race to Sustic, who's in Zadar in Croatia. Dominika Stelmark, she was third and fourth in Kakheti and Munich over the past couple of years. She can sense that this could be her year again when she won the global title back in 2017. And 7 years on, Stelmark, for me, is looking very comfortable indeed. There's a nice rhythm, a very smooth, clean cadence.
Yeah, and she just passed the marathon as well, as we can see on the left there, which is pretty cool. And she's on a 4-minute pace, and right now she's the tempo she's got is about a 55-kilometer finishing distance, which is really amazing. And I'm pretty sure we have the winner of the race here.
Oh, look at that. There's friends and families on the side there. Exactly, Aaron. Well spotted.
Give her some extra
High-fiving.
energy.
We talk about the smile effect when you're looking for a big performance in running. Stelmark is in complete control.
Yeah,
and while this is our current female leader in Poznan, let's take you around the world for some of our wonderful pictures on our social wall.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin Rempel here, Wings for Life World Run Ambassador located in Toronto. I'm here with Vince. We are running in Trinity Bellwoods Park. I have a... yeah! And I have a spinal cord injury myself. I'm an incomplete T12L1, and my dad was also paralyzed as a complete injury at T5-6-7 level. And I know firsthand what it's like to not be able to run or to walk or even have the ability to move my legs. So today, I'm grateful that I made a remarkable recovery, but I know that not everybody has that opportunity. And so I want to say thanks to everybody who came out today in support of the event, because I know firsthand that we are truly running for those who can't. Hope everyone's having an awesome day, and we'll see you at the finish line.
What a beautiful story there, and thank you for sending in that clip. Inspiring the world to run for those who can't, I would say, with those wonderful words.
I would think this is South Africa, Cape Town.
Well spotted. We're in Cape Town, South Africa. This is their leading man.
Such a beautiful scenery there.
Andrew Geiser, the name. We're just trying to figure that one out and get it correct. Andrew Geiser is the lead man in South Africa. Looking strong, looking good, staying ahead of that catcher car. Perfect conditions in Cape Town. Couldn't ask for any better there. Nairobi, late afternoon, just before 5 p.m. And there's a trio of runners here that seem to be really helping, keeping a pace going. Now here's the big story that Aaron has been predicting. This is Tachi Ino. He's out of steam. He's walking. There's no more running left in Ino here. Yep. 50.487. He's our current leader. Aaron, you said this would probably happen, and you were right on point.
Yes, I was predicting he was going too fast, and here we have it. He was going too fast. And like, if he doesn't start running soon, he's gonna get caught by a lot of runners that are gonna overtake him. But I would say it's really like once you hit the wall like that, getting back to speed is hard. This is the guy in second place.
Yeah, this is Guillaume Rioul, French runner in Vienna, Austria. Guillaume here has got good pace and tempo, but you can see it's starting to hurt now.
Yeah, looking at his facial expressions right now, he's hurting, but he's keeping a good tempo. He hasn't lost a lot of pace the last half hour. I've been looking at the pace he's got, and he's been doing really well. He's got his buddies with him with all the camping gear as well. It looks like interesting to see. So yeah, let's see if he can put up a good fight.
Yeah, the Frenchman, he owns a 100-kilometer French record. Now this is one of the German record holders. Leading in Germany, this is Matthias Assmann. Now, Matthias Assmann has gone clear of Flo Neuschwander, who was the early leader in Germany.
Yeah, this is an app run, I think, huh?
So Assmann is leading, and by taking the lead from Neuschwander, pulls himself into the global ranking of 4th position. Tomoyo Watanabe is in 3rd position over in Japan. Rioul, who we've seen before, the Frenchman running in Vienna, lies 2nd. Tachi Ino in Japan. So here we go in Breda, and the star of the show here, many were predicting, was of course Quispe, the Peruvian runner.
Yeah, he's doing a great job. He's estimated to go about 69 kilometers right now. He's currently in 5th spot, doing really well, but it's somebody ahead of him there.
It looks like it is, and that's a good catch. or a good spot there, Aaron. We know Kispé's got a great track record. We loved seeing him in 2014 and 2015 when he was second and third in Peru and in Lower Austria. The woes for the early leader, Takai Inu, continue. There's no more running left in him. How long will he hold on to top spot? The computer tell us that Guillaume Roule of France, running in Vienna, is closing in on the lead. Is he taking a break? Is he trying to walk out the cramp? What do you feel is the situation there, Aaron?
I think he hit the wall. He's got no energy left in the tank. Like, he's done. That's all he can do right now, I think. So, I mean, the Frenchman in second spot is about 1 kilometer behind him, and that kilometer will be gone quickly.
Leader in Poznan, we believe, is Dariusz Noszyński, another multiple winner at national level on the Wings for Life World Run. You'll recognize this lady, the smile and the flowing blonde hair. This is Dominika Stelmark. What a story this is going to be if Dominika can keep going. She won in 2017. Of course, we've changed the Kachikar speed since 2019, but she's on track to beat her PB of 53.56 by 2 kilometers or more. This is looking very impressive from Dominika Stelmark, 42-year-old Polish runner, and, well, bouncing with confidence right now, I would say.
Her technique is looking great. She's got about 1 kilometer lead, and I'm pretty sure we have the women's winner here. What do you think?
I think I'm with you all the way. I'd love to see a shot in Zadar once we can get there of Natasha Sustic. And here she is, right on cue. Thank you, team. Because Sustic, for me, this is her style, though, Aaron. Don't be fooled. But she has that kind of Paula Radcliffe grimace style. Yeah. She has a low sort of twist with the heap, not a big outstretch with the cadence. But is this somebody that has the potential? I think mentally Sustic can break down Stelmark. It's going to be one hell of a battle for the women's global title.
Yeah, for sure. But Sustic got one thing really working against her. It's the course in Zadar. In the beginning, it's flat. As you can see, it's a hilly section right now. Those hills will wear you down. And it looks like the guy in the bike has got flowers for her.
Well, there's an age difference as well, considerable. Sustic on screen is 35, Stelmark 42, 7 years the junior
She's got
to the
7
Polish
more years
leader.
to train.
Maybe, good words. But there's a battle on, there is no question. This lady has won in 2015 here in Zadar. She knows that track well. She's a former winner. Let's hope it doesn't go against her too much. Kachikar continues to reel them all in. Let's take a look at the global update. 3 hours into the Wings for Life World Run.
It is the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run, and as always, we've got people joining us from incredible locations all over the world for this unique race format. This year, more than 250,000 participants from over 190 countries are running for those who can't and raising valuable funds for the Wings for Life Foundation and spinal cord research. And this is what the 2024 Wings for Life World Run looks like around the globe at the start of the race. This race is for everyone, everywhere. Participants include Wings for Life CEO Anita Gerharder, Norwegian alpine ski racer Henrik Kristoffersen, and of course Heinz and Hannes Kindergartner, the men behind the Wings for Life Foundation. In this unique race format, the finish line chases its participants in the shape of the Kachikar. Kachikars in flagship runs are driven by experienced pros, with the first emotional global catch this year occurring in Vienna. Meanwhile, in New York, American ultra runner David Kilgore is doing his part, and all participants around the world absolutely love being part of the race and raising valuable funds for the Wings for Life Foundation, because this race is all about running for those who can't. In Vienna, Anna Gasser called World Cup alpine skier Manuel Fellner, while she is in the driving seat of the Kachikar, while runners in other places of the world, such as Brazil, are delighted to receive their medals after being caught. For those that are not in flagship races, the official Wings for Life app audience experiences help push them on, and others, it is costumes that help them with some extra motivation. Everyone is doing their part, come rain or shine, no matter the weather. Every medal and every meter counts, especially for our leaders in this race. In Poland, it's Dominika Stelmach in the leading woman position, and in Japan, it was Taichi Ino leading the men's global race, but there's been some drastic changes.
You're with the Wings for Life World Run for 2024, the 11th edition of this global phenomenon. Over 250,000 runners started earlier today, but those numbers are being whittled away at a rapid pace by the ever-speed increasing catcher car. 604 runners left across Europe vying for national and international titles. Camilla Pedersen running in Denmark, currently lying third. Could this be the upset that no one predicted? Pedersen here with 3 hours 3 on the clock. There's the confirmation left of your screen. She's covered 27.63 miles. Camilla Pedersen, the Danish runner, really digging deep here. A former triathlete, we've already explained that. An athlete on the comeback from injury. But there's the magic smile that seems to be the key to success from so many of our performers today. Because, Aaron, I have to say, this young lady is looking stronger and stronger as the going gets tougher.
Yeah, she really does. And as a triathlete, you used to really working hard. And she, as you said, she put on that smile, and the smile creates some endorphins, help your body take care of all that pain that she's in right now.
Stelmach leads, Sustic is second, Pedersen third, Fulgitini in Switzerland lies in fourth, Talar, Patricia Talar is in fifth position. Now, lovely aerial shot here in Zug, Switzerland. This is their lead woman. This is Giulia Fulgitini, I believe, leading. Here's the catcher car. There's the mark on Fulgitini. Oh, she's in good shape. Catcher car quite a way to make up. 41.68 kilometers is the current location of the catcher car. And we have Fulgitini over the 40-kilometer mark. Very relaxed, flowing style. Van Donkelaar from Breda. 4 o'clock in Holland right now. She too is ahead of that catcher car. 25.98 miles. 41.81 kilometers. So Van Donkelaar is also comfortably ahead of the catcher car. So we're starting to whittle down to the 6 countries, 3 on either side, to the left and to the right of your screen in the chase. All of these runners will become national winners, but of course it's the global title. But could this race turn? Everybody has been saying Stelmach all the way. Obviously, we get some pre-race information of the times that she's putting in, the pre-race prep that she's putting in. But I never expected, I have to admit, Michelle, to see Dominika Stelmach under pressure from countries that we never expected to come to the fore, including Zug in Switzerland and including Frederica in Denmark. Pedersen is digging deep.
But it was Pedersen who was smiling to herself, and Aaron, you did mention the endorphins that produces, so she really knows what she's doing. And again, this is the beauty of the race, because anyone from anywhere in the world can challenge even previous global champions.
Fulgitini, that is the one for me that is looking the most comfortable of the 6 athletes that we've been looking on screen. Aaron, make your mark, take your pick. Give us a winner, please.
Dominika Stelmach.
Yeah, it's too easy.
No question about it.
And he always
she's
backs
doing
the
great.
favourites.
But the interesting thing right now, looking at the men's race, the Japanese is not in the lead anymore. He's falling down quickly.
But again, we're looking at the Netherlands there. We're looking at Frederica, we're looking at Zug. I think a lot of these places, again, it should be fairly flat.
And it can change fast.
I love this view, though.
Let's take a look at some of the best videos that we've seen so far in today's amazing race.
Und ganz egal, wie lange läuft. Manu Feller hat den Halbmarathon geknackt. Ladies and Gentlemen.
Hey guys, Kevin Hansen here. It's such a beautiful day out here in Barcelona for Wings for Life World Run, and I'm really humble about this race because 2 years ago I had my own spine injury, damaging my 7th vertebra in a race in Extreme E, and for me that was life-changing, and I can't imagine what so many people are going through with spinal cord injuries too. So to run for those who can't today all together around the world is so fantastic, and I'm so privileged that we can do this together. Unfortunately I can't do the actual run, but I'm out here, I'm walking, and I'm enjoying the sun. Everyone together, let's get it going for Wings for Life World Run.
One of the fantastic drivers in the world of rallycross and Extreme E. A lovely message there from Kevin Hansen. Thank you to Kevin. This looks like the race is over in the women's competition in Austria, Vienna. Katrin Polka will take the national title. She's been running for over 3 hours. Brilliant performance from Katrin. And it's looking like she has been caught at 32.85 miles. Superb performance.
Absolutely amazing performance there from the runner in Austria. And we saw that on the men's side, the global leader is running in Austria. So very good conditions indeed in a very good race with a lot of top runners.
Yeah, definitely, and conditions in a race like this is important. When you're running for this many hours, you want good conditions, which means not too warm.
Look how clear Aaron Dominika Stellmark is here. She's got that pace, she's got that rhythm about her work now, and she really is comfortably ahead of the catcher car.
The interesting thing looking at her, she's keeping pretty much the same pace the whole way. She knows what tempo she can go, and she just keeps it. Otherwise, it's easy to go too fast in the beginning and then start slowing down.
There we're looking at Susic now, and it looks to me a little bit, I might be wrong, but it looks like she's starting to battle a little bit here. It's not as smooth anymore. She has a different running style, but you can see more laborious work happening there now, as is our runner in Denmark, Frederica. Camilla Pedersen is still looking good.
Now this lady is looking very fresh to me. Maybe it's just a picture, but Fulginiti from Zug in Switzerland is looking very comfortable. We've had surprise winners from Zug in Switzerland before. It wasn't that long ago when Nina Zorina took her victory here, both nationally and internationally. And this lady is looking very fresh, quite sprightly and dynamic with her running style and performance. A very different technique, and this is what we can analyze when we have all of the pictures here. Very different styles from our top flight ladies.
Yes, I love this side-by-side view where you can really see what do they look like. I mean, the conditions are obviously different for everyone, but you can see what their running style is looking like. And also we're in Vienna now, and this is what we were just talking about.
So these are those catcher car pictures in Vienna. Katrin Polka. Fine performance from Polka.
44 kilometers, that is pretty impressive, I would say. Means over the marathon distance. I'm sure she would have set herself that goal, just get to the marathon and then push it a little bit further. So I think she'll be pretty happy with that.
Everybody goes further than the marathon's done a really good job. So here's our leading man.
Now this is Guillaume Rouel, a French runner leading in Austria, Vienna. I suppose the biggest story of the day so far, and one of the early headlines, Aaron, where is Joe Fukuda? We were expecting Joe to be a real prominence and a real threat to be reckoned with, running for the first time in Europe. But I don't know, is there something in the water in Japan that makes them go fast and they don't go so fast once they come across the water? But this is wonderful for this French runner, Rouel, I should say. He's ahead of Watanabe, who's running in Japan. Ino, we know, has stopped, has dropped down to third. Corneshi, a Romanian runner, has now gone ahead of Assmann in Germany. But this gentleman is looking very strong.
And speaking of Tomoya Watanabe, who's currently in second, if we're looking again at the estimated catching distances, he's really, really close behind Guillaume Rouel in Austria. So this could be a really, really tight race. And once again, it is one of the Japanese runners running in the middle of the night and challenging for a global title.
So impressive.
Now, let's get these names correct, because I think I got this one wrong, and I do apologise to all of our viewers, but most importantly to Alexandru. This is Alexandru Corneshi, who is leading for Romania in Munich, Germany. And again, nice tempo, nice pace, looking comfortable.
Super
Aaron.
nice.
When we saw you win your global titles, you seem to be, I hate to use the word, but it's so appropriate, in that zone. Everything was flowing so naturally. This is a similar story.
That's where you need to be, but it's easy to kind of slip out of that zone, especially if you forget to fuel, if you forget your gels and electrolytes and things like that. And a lot of these runners have like a, you know, some kind of alarm or something on their watch, like every 20 minutes or something, refuel, refuel, refuel. And that's what it comes down to right now in the race, to really, really just keep that pace, keep that place in that zone.
Well, this is Schomburg-Hück in Munich. Lead women in Germany, looking good to take the national title. She's clear, she's out there, she's on her own. But how much has she got left in this battle for the global title? Very interesting indeed. And with the men's race here, Corneshi seems to be going quicker and quicker. There's good pace from the athletes, both women and men, over in Munich, Germany.
And you know what the Munich male runners have the advantage of? There's actually two of them still fairly close together. I think in the big shot that we saw earlier of Corneshi, he could see the runner behind him, and I think that's mentally such a useful thing to have. And of course also having the benefit of the physical catcher car, which again a lot of these women's runners have in the flagship races, not so much those in the app races. But again, Poznan once again, Dominika Stelmach just looking absolutely stellar.
Well, Sustic.
And now she's on a downhill.
Yeah, you know, she has that style. She reminds me a little bit of Paula Radcliffe. I said that earlier. She's got that sort of slightly individual, looks slightly laboured, but there is no question Sustic has the experience. She's been against Stelmach before, and she will push her all the way to the line.
And the amazing thing with this view at the bottom as well is where you can really see their positioning in relation to each other. We're currently in Denmark with Pedersen in position 4, and we can see where the catcher car is in relation to our top women there. So it's a really, really good side-by-side comparison. And we also see still the distance that our leader, that Dominika Stelmach, has ahead of the runners compared to here our third position, Inga-Lena Schönbrück-Heug, who is running in Munich in one of the flagship runs.
It's looking good to see the record tumble, ladies and gentlemen. I have to say, we started off with an amazing record-breaking number to kickstart the Wings for Life World Run for 2024, and now the women's record may well tumble. Of course, we know that is 60.16 kilometers held by Nina Usuan, and formerly known as Nina Zarina when she broke that record. And these ladies are pushing each other to a potential world record here today. Fulginiti is looking very comfortable indeed. Again, I don't know whether that's her style, where she looks so relaxed and poised, but Talar as well in Ljubljana. Again, such an efficient, effective technique of running. And she's been running for 3 hours, 20 minutes nearly.
Yeah, it's truly impressive how these ladies can just go, go, go.
With runners like Dominika Stelmach, I wonder, last year we talked about her a lot in terms of being one of the favorites, and then she had to kind of surrender for that 4th position. And I wonder how much training she's put in, since how much that loss, you might call it, last year fuels her on for this year and really kind of drive her on. And if you look at her, she looks so determined. She's obviously dropped her pacemaker now as well, but she had that advantage of running behind someone, not being exposed to the wind as much, and she's still looking so strong, focused, really. I mean, at the moment, I think she'll be really tough to challenge.
Yeah. I'll tell you a funny story. She's an amazing figure skater as well. That was her sport originally before turning to an ultra runner. So if you ever get asked to go figure skating with Dominika Stelmach, definitely say yes. Now, I appreciate she's got different things on her mind right now, but this 42-year-old is a very experienced sports lady, and she's got that look of determination. I like the pace and rhythm about the way Stelmach is performing right now. Would you agree, Michelle?
Absolutely. And what I would be interested in as well, when you talk about, like, a lot of these runners come from other sports, how much cross-training do they do, and how much is running helping them or has helped them in the past? Now, their other sports are possibly helping them and benefiting them in their running experiences as well.
And Aaron, here's a quick question for you. She knows her PB is 53.56. Somebody will tell her at one point that she's getting close to it. Does that push you even further and faster?
Yeah, definitely. That's important to get that kind of information. I'm just hoping she's getting it from the bikers that she's got with her, because information like that can really, you know, make her grow, give her that extra energy to go even further in the end.
It's a fantastic battle for the women's global title, and they are literally spread all over Europe. Stelmach leads, Sustic second, Schomburg-Hook is in third, Pedersen 4, Fulginiti is in 5th, Von Donkelaar is in 6th, Thaler, Polka, Lisa Wimmer and Stephanie Hansen making up the top 10. But right now, Dominika Stelmach leads for Poland, is at the top of the table and is looking for her 2nd global title.
And just quickly, we saw the top 10 there, but there's only 12 women left in the race in total. So it's really coming down to the wire in the women's race, but also close in the men's race.
Let's get to that men's race. And what do we think about Guillaume Roule? He's back on top. He's on track to set the world record over 70 kilometers. But I've got him here on my computer at the top of the table. Oh, now he's just been dropped down to 2nd position by Tomoya Watanabe over in Japan. But there is no question, this guy's really pushing the boundaries here, Aaron.
Yeah, and the thing with this guy, he's the French champion in the 100-kilometer race. So he knows how to go the distance. But will he be able to now, there's a really, really close fight with the Japanese that's currently in the lead, but they're just head-to-head in different parts of the world. It's amazing when it's this tight.
Now, we were hoping that we would break the men's record as well, set by Taylor of Great Britain, Mike Taylor, of course, who has got that record, and he's held it for some time at 69.92. It's looking good for a 70-kilometer men's race as well. And it's still fair to say that any one of the top 5 women could still win this global title.
Yes, and again, that is the beauty of this race, because they know themselves better than anyone. So even if they were running against each other, I would like to know kind of how the different sensation is of when you've got someone right next to yourself versus of maybe not actually getting distracted by somebody else's technique, by somebody else's pace changing. Whereas in these kind of conditions, you really just zone in yourself, you listen to your body, and you just pay attention to how you feel and how you can push yourself, as our runner in Ljubljana is doing here.
Yeah, this is Patricia Thaler. She's lying in 7th position, doing a good job over in Ljubljana. We're back to Mexico City. We've already discussed the weather conditions, the high altitude.
I think that is Alexis Trujillo Ortega, who might have actually moved in the top 5 there, if I'm not mistaken. He is running in Mexico, and we've seen early on he really paid a lot of attention to making sure he stays cool as well. So not only the internal hydration, but also pouring water over his head.
Faster.
Stepniak leads in Slovakia. Still out there, leading in Paris. This runner has been in control for some time now. Beautiful shots of the Palace. We believe this is Eric Noel. He's won the national title. He's out there all alone. And has he got any more to give, or is that the catcher car bringing his run to an end with his at-run experience?
No, I think he's still going, and I think this was very interesting to see, because actually a lot of runners that aren't super experienced don't know how to drink from cups while running. So he really made an effort there. If it would have been a bottle, he might have kept going, but it is quite hard to keep the liquid in the cup.
Now, these are the shots that we've been waiting for from Fukuoka. This is Tomoya Watanabe, our current leader in the men's competition from Japan. 35.08 miles the distance so far. Let's get back to this women's competition, which is fascinating to say the least. This is the leader in Holland. There's the catcher car.
I think it's Pauline van Donkelaar, right? Running in Netherlands and Breda. Running about 48 kilometers, doing a great job there, ending up in 6th place.
She kept running, but now that's it. Just wanted to get that extra couple of meters.
I need some more training. Let's do 100K.
Brilliant job from Pauline. With less than 100 in the world still running, it looks like the race is over for Talar in Ljubljana. Patricia Talar, 47.79 kilometers, now officially the winning woman in Ljubljana, Slovenia.
And I think that makes it just 8 women in the entire world left. So 8 women running and less than 80 men globally as well. So really, really coming down to the wire now.
Yeah, it's getting hot as well, because Patricia Talar was 4th overall last year. So she's got some good form behind her. This is Stelmark. Many of you recognize that waving blonde hair. Dominika still looking strong. She knows this one will go to a potential new world record. Sustic in Zadar. Federica in Denmark is Pedersen.
So I think this is the top 5 we got left in the world right now. And it seems like in Switzerland, Juliana Fujungi here, it's going to place in the top 5, in the 5th. And they're doing about 49 kilometers, also super impressive in this beautiful landscape in Switzerland.
Beautiful aerial shot, isn't it? So, Fulginiti, Swiss runner, is in 5th position. That's the big screen. To your left in Poznan is the current leader, Dominika Stelmark. Sustic to the right in Zadar. Running in Germany, Ingalina Schomburg-Huck. And Fulginetti is running in Zug. This is very close indeed. Now, what we're looking for, and which is why we've got all 5 on screen, is if potentially there's a breakaway. Yep, a breakaway at this point in the race is difficult to believe, but that is the way to put pay to the opposition. We've seen Nina Zarina or Nina Uzuban do it in races gone by. And could it happen again today? Here comes the catcher car. It looks like the race is over in Zug in Switzerland. Fulginiti. Her race is over. It's going to be around about 49, 50 kilometers. Has she got a kick? No, here it comes.
Go, go, go.
49.60 on the catcher car. And there it is, all over. Giulia Fulginiti. 49.45 kilometers. A brilliant performance for the women's winner in Switzerland.
Yeah, just out of the podium in 5th place. Great job.
4 to go. Munich, Denmark, or Federica Zadar in Croatia, Poznan of Poland. Oh, this one will be close. If there's anything left in the tank now, this is where we need to push. Sustic with that grimace and that technique that has you thinking, is she in trouble? But she keeps going to the right of the screen.
And Camilla Pedersen there, who we see in the picture, she participated in the Wings for Life World Run twice already, but so far her best has only been 44 kilometers. So she's really, really doing well there.
Wow.
Already well over that mark, hit the 50K mark. So super impressive running there from Camilla Pedersen in Denmark.
What's interesting here about Pedersen, though, she's a former world champion in triathlon. She knows how to perform under this kind of pressure. That could be the small little details that make the difference right now between a national winner and a global winner. Pedersen is an experienced athlete. To the left of your screen, we see Dominika Stelmark. She's been the favorite from the get-go. Now in the big screen, right in the center, is the hope for Germany and the hope for Munich. And that, of course, is Ingelina Schomburg-Hoek. Then we see Sustic. She always runs like she's in a little bit of pain. There's a little bit of grimace, but the pace and tempo is there. And here's Dominika looking to add her 2nd global title to the 1st that she won back in the 2017 Wings for Life World Run. Oh, Pedersen, she's done. She needs a break. She's been caught by the catcher car in her audio experience.
28.
Well done, Camilla Pedersen. 50.11 kilometers, a huge PB. The former triathlon champion becomes a Wings for Life champion.
Amazing day.
Well done.
Oh, that's super impressive. What a run she put up this year.
And it was super impressive there, really paying attention to the bottom line there. You could see the catcher car on the graphic just behind her, and then we saw her stop because obviously we can't see the physical car. So very, very shortly, once we go back into that view, now we've got the top 3 here on the screen. In 3rd position, Ingelina Schomburg-Hoek there, battling the catcher car behind her.
Keep your eyes peeled because all 3 of these runners are looking for a catcher car, and the catcher car appears first in Munich, Germany. Ingelina now needs to find a kick. Schomburg-Hoek needs to find a little extra. Her hopes of the global title are slipping away as that catcher car draws nearer. She digs in, kicks one more time, but it is not enough to go ahead of Sustic or Stelmark. The German athlete, a brilliant performance into 3rd position.
And I love that little push she had there. It's that head moving forward, giant smile. Where are those endorphins? Where can I get them from?
You always have 10% more to give.
Ingelina Schomburg-Hoek, 50.77 kilometers. The women's winner in Germany, leaving 2 to go in the battle for the global title.
Oh, she can hardly walk right now.
That's better than any trophy. Where have you been, Mum? 2 little ones to congratulate Pedersen
still
with
has
her brilliant victory in Denmark.
It's the triathlon strength coming through.
The swimming muscles.
Let's settle this global title on the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. Running in Zadar, to the right of your screens is Nikolina Sustic. To the left is Dominika Stelmark. These 2 have been battling it out for years and years. Who's going to settle this one? A quick turn behind there. Did you notice that? Here comes the catcher car in Zadar. It looks like Stelmark has the advantage over Sustic. Can Sustic dig? She waves to the fans. She knows she's beaten. Sustic now just counts down the moments until the catcher car draws her in. It's another magical performance from Nikolina Sustic. She took the national title back in 2019 in Munich. Came so close today to the global victory, but it is win in Zadar, 2nd here. Natasha Sustic has got it. She's won in Zadar. brilliant performance. She won it last year, runner-up the year before, but it's not enough for the global win. Now we turn our attention.
Well, she keeps running.
Oh, and there's a confusion. The car has stopped. Or is she warming down? It's settled. Natasha Sustic, 51.44.
Very strange that she keeps running, but oh, she wants some more training.
Our global winner is confirmed. Now let's watch the record. Let's watch the record very carefully. Is there a chance that she could go above 60 kilometers? It's been a record-breaking race from start. Will it be a record-breaking race to the finish? She's now going for the record. Her PB, remember, is 53.56. The record is held by Nina Uzuban, or formerly known as Nina Serena, at over 60 kilometers. Is there enough left in the tank, Aaron?
I'm sorry to say no. I mean, her estimated time right now, distance right now, is about 55 kilometers. There's no chance she's going to do the record, but she's doing a fantastic race. She's coming back to win after this many years. And wow, amazing job.
No, it's something very special indeed. The global champion back in 2017. There we're getting the confirmation of the pace and the times and the estimated distances now. Michelle, this is going to be a brilliant win, a brilliant comeback, an amazing performance. Not quite as quick as Nina Uzuban, but still comfortably at the top of the table today.
I think it says a lot about her as an athlete to see that she's still running. She's won the global race. She's not ready to give in yet because she is pushing herself as far as she can go. Every meter counts. We always talk about it. Every Euro race goes towards a good cause. So she's not ready to give up yet. Even though she is already crowned the global champion, she is continuing.
Oh, well, the official distances handed out in Munich in Germany. Ingelina Schomburg-Hoek there, third position globally, winner in Germany. 50.88 kilometers, just brilliant running.
Okay, ja, Sie machen gerade jetzt noch die Fotos und dann sagt ihr mir bitte Bescheid.
Stelmark is now starting to enjoy this. I'm sure the word has got to her that the rest of the field is now being caught by the catcher car.
It's practically a victory lap for her now. I mean, we see this in other big races, people crossing the finish line and then just keep going, and that's exactly what she is doing here, pushing herself. Let's see whether she can go close to that predicted finishing distance. If she can go close to that 55-kilometer mark, I think it's pretty impressive all by herself.
That would be definitely impressive. And I mean, you could see her smiling a bit. She probably knows that she won already. She can relax and
she's about half a kilometer away from her own PB. So I think that will probably be the big goal that she'll set herself. I mean, everybody's pushing themselves compared to their own personal bests. And so I'm guessing either she'll see that once she's surpassed it, or it's going to be that next big 55K mark.
This lady has worked with the original catcher car speeds and gone top of the table. Now with the new catcher car speeds, she has become our global champion. The points that you make, Michelle, are truly valid. There's a lot of information bouncing to her and from her with regards to hitting that personal best of 53.56 kilometers. It is a little bit like a victory lap, but there's plenty of strength and pace in those legs. Watch the kilometers carefully here, because she's getting closer and closer to hitting that personal best, and hopefully that gives her a little more inspiration and boost to push further.
Yeah, as an athlete, you're always competing against yourself, trying to get your own PB, and I think she can really do it this year. And yeah, just looking at her running, she's still looking fairly relaxed. And just good technique. What do you say, Michelle?
Well, I'm just looking at where the catcher car is in relation to where she is, and it's really, I think they're about a kilometer apart now, and knowing at the speed at which the catcher car is going, it means it will probably soon come into vision. And I mean, she's already celebrating there.
Yeah, now she got her own record, and that's definitely worth a lot of celebrating.
Well, and of course, this is a very special moment for Poland. Kasia Szoda, last year's global champion, unfortunately injured, not able to put in a top or world-class performance here today. But then up steps another brilliant Polish runner, Dominika Stelmach, 42 years of age. When they take a turn like that, I think she's ready for the Kachikar to come and bring all of the glory of the global title of 2024. It's just a perfect performance, I have to say, from Dominika. Not pushing too hard too soon. The timing was there. The pace was there. I get the feeling she's left a little in reserve in case somebody really pushed it right at the end of this competition. But now she has that parade, the final few kilometers all alone. She's wrapped up this championship, and now it's all down to the kilometers and the Kachikar. And right on cue, here comes our friend.
The great thing there that we saw the global all-time top 5, and she has, with this run, moved herself into that. So she's really breaking up that top 5, with Nina Zarina's time still standing very much in there, but she is now amongst the top 5 globally all-time in the Wings for Life World Run.
There is the record from Nina Uzuban of 60.16 kilometers, and also 22, she was out there in front. Szoda did 55.07 to take the global title, and looking to become possibly in the top 3 of the most successful.
It'll be very tight. I think she's already turning around. She's gritting her teeth.
54.90 is what the computer is predicting. But all the information that she needed has now been handed over. She's won the Polish title yet again. She's won the national title for the 2nd time. And another Polish sporting legend will bring this magical performance to a close. It's Adam Małysz, the legendary ski jumper from Poland. They're great friends away from sport and competition. A little kick here from Dominika Stelmach, just for the TV pictures. It is Dominika Stelmach, is the Wings for Life World Run global champion for 2024. 7 years after winning it for the first time is an amazing story, a remarkable performance, and just missed the top 3 by 10 meters. She's not worried about that right now. She has had a near perfect performance to take the global title today. There is the confirmation. Dominika Stelmach, the winner of Poland, the global winner at 54.82 kilometers. The women's record for 2024 at the 11th edition of the Wings for Life World Run.
What really impresses me with her run today was her pacing. She was doing an incredible job keeping a very even pace the whole way, because a lot of runners, they start a little bit too quick and then they fall behind, but she was just pacing herself the whole way. Super, super impressive.
And again, I think that's the experience that she has in this race. I think the more experience you have, the better you can pace yourself, the better you can really expect what it feels like. Not many people experience these kind of distances. Most people would stop at the marathon distance. So really knowing how your body responds and then being able, as you said, to maintain consistency, to not go too early, I think that's a big, big important thing.
And also she was smart that she had a pacer in the beginning.
What's your result?
I think exactly 55 kilometers.
Why do you run?
I ran. Today I did it for those who cannot run, and also for those who doesn't believe in themselves, because it's very important to be strong.
And tell me about your feelings.
Now I am tired. It was very warm.
Okay, but tell me something about the rain. It was really heavy.
Yeah, it was very nice. I think it was the best period of the race.
Okay, so you feel a bit refreshed.
Yes, but now in the end, no.
Congratulations again and have fun. We are going further. Bye-bye.
She's just about got the energy to complete all of those interviews. Here's the confirmation of the women's competition here at the Wings for Life World Run for 2024. Top of the table, Dominika Stellmark, ahead of Natasha Sustik, Ingelina Schomburg-Huyck, Camilla Pedersen and Katja Tegler making up the top 5. Julia Fulginiti is in 6th. Van Donkelaar is in 7th. Brozovska, I hope I've got that correct, 8th. Thala is in 9th and Anja Kops is in 10th position. But congratulations to Dominika Stellmark winning Poznan, Poland, and putting in a brilliant performance to take the global title for the 2nd time in her career. Let's take a look at some of the best women's performances of the day. Well, a sensational finale to the women's race. We turn our attentions at the 11th Wings for Life World Run to the battle for the men's global title. This is the gentleman that has won it for the past 2 years, 23 and 22. This is, of course, Joe Fukuda, who has come away from Japan to race in Vienna, Austria this year. The standings on the left of your screen tell the story that many cannot believe. Fukuda has struggled. I'm not sure whether it is the heat, the warmth, whatever it may be. Fukuda is down in 8th position and he's just a few moments away from being caught by the catcher car. Starting on as the big pre-race favourite will have added to the pressure, but it's just not gelled for Fukuda in Vienna, Aaron.
No, I don't think it's the weather. I mean, Ruel Gilam is racing in Austria as well and doing just fine, right? But I think Joe Fukuda is just not having his day. And I don't know how long he's been in Austria for, how long he's been in Europe, has been able to acclimatize properly, but yeah, not his year.
Well, Joe Fukuda has won for the past 2 years. Let's hear more about this sensational Japanese athlete. Joe Fukuda is a 33-year-old Japanese long-distance runner. He was the global winner on the Wings for Life World Run 2 years in a row, 2022 and 2023. This is the highlight of his running career, as he started running at his high school with track and field disciplines and then running the Japanese long-distance relay race, Aikiden. He has been part of corporate sports teams ever since he started to run. Fukuda ran his first marathon back in 2016. He's consistently ranked 3rd when doing many of his challenges, and in 2022 officially became a professional runner and became the first Japanese to join the NN running team, which is one of the best marathon groups in the world. He still continues to break his own records, which led him, I should say, to winning the Wings for Life World Run Championship title. But Fukuda has been a little disappointing today. We're a little perplexed, many disappointed. Fukuda has not found top form in Vienna, Austria. It's the Frenchman Guillaume Roule, who has drawn clear and left Fukuda with a battle on his hands that he was unable to topple. Fukuda in 8th position here, but struggling with the pace of the leading Frenchman just outside of Austria's capital city. And Vienna has not been the romance that Fukuda was hoping for.
No, it's too bad. I don't think he's having a day. That's just the thing, right? Sometimes you're in great shape and sometimes you're not. But this guy is going fast. Here we have the current leader, and I'm curious to see if will he be able to keep this pace and go for a new record.
We've seen some lightning runs from the Japanese athletes, but we've seen them run out of pace and steam. But this gentleman seems to have timed his late run to perfection. It's Tomoya Watanabe. Right now, we have him estimated if, and I know it's a big if, I hear many of you saying, he can hold this pace and rhythm. He could hit 70.57 kilometers. He looks a little calmer, he looks a little cooler than Tachi Ino, who was flying like the wind in the early stages. It would be special, Aaron, if somebody could go further than 70 kilometers in the men's race today.
That'd be really, really cool if we can have that happen today. And he looks super strong. And here we have Roelle in 2nd place. He seems to be struggling a little bit more.
62.83 kilometers his distance so far. He's been running for just under 3 hours 50, and I have to point out that on the hour the speed of the catcher car will increase again, and it will increase again by 4 kilometers per hour. It's interesting to see here which one of these athletes on screens, left and right and center, Michelle, have the pace to keep with the next speed increase.
I mean, that's really the mental challenge, because they know it's coming. But also what I think is amazing looking at this view that we have here is really how global we still are. We still have athletes running in Mexico City. We still have athletes running in Fukuoka in Japan. And we still have athletes running in various locations across Europe. So it's still very much a global battle. We've still got 3 continents in the running for this global title. And we're seeing the runners here, Ortega in Mexico City, and I think he's one of the ones that's really battling with tough conditions out there.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there, Michelle, that the Mexico City performance right now is one of the most impressive ones.
Also, because Mexico City, if I'm not mistaken, is actually at altitude.
2,200 meters.
So running those distances at altitude in tough conditions, compared to a nice little track in Battersea Park in London, I know who's got an easier race here in hand with our athlete racing around the track in Battersea.
Now, this gentleman, Ms. Tella Inzug in the chair. Aaron, this is one for you. Tell us about his technique and how is he running here. It looks like he's taking in some gels right now in his performance, but he's in the heart of the chase here.
Yeah, definitely. He's doing really well. Almost up to 60 kilometers in his wheelchair. And now he's really taking advantage of the downhill here. That's awesome. And yeah, he seems to have a good technique. He's not touching the rims for too long, just giving quick strokes. And yeah, wow, I'm impressed. Great job.
Now, a lot of the wheelchair athletes have been sending in some wonderful clips. Let's take a closer look at some of your great stories.
Let's go.
You have just got to love that running track on the cruise ship. I think they should have the commentary box there next year. Allure of the Seas, the Royal Caribbean ship, providing their passengers with a Wings for Life World Run track to run around. That's got to be one of the best pictures and videos of the day. Let's go back to Ljubljana, and the catcher car is reeling in the fastest men in Slovenia, Michelle.
Domen Hafner, if I'm not mistaken here. Very, very close to the catcher car. He will be caught first in global position 9 at the moment. And as we said before, I love the fact that on all of the catcher cars in the back, it says thank you in the local language.
It's good. It's an excellent performance. Now this, the last of the wheelchair racers in Zug in Switzerland. Brilliant performance.
Is that Witold Michelska?
Yeah, I think it's Witold Michelska doing a great job, doing more than 60 kilometers. Super impressive.
And we're going to have a new champion. The runner on screen has dominated the global chase and race for the past 2 years. But 2024 will not be Joe Fukuda's year. Fukuda has been beaten here. The catcher car is just moments away. It hasn't come together on the running track of Europe as well as it did over in Japan for the past 2 years. Our 22 champion, our 23 champion has been caught in Vienna. And that is game over for Joe Fukuda. A big headline, a dramatic story. A bit sad for one or two because many of us believe that Joe was going to hit 70K this year.
Yes, and I mean, it's interesting to see him like this because so far he's always been involved in the Abrun events. So he hasn't had this catcher car experience. So in that way, it's nice. But as you said, some of us were really hoping he could have been the first one to get 3 global titles in a row.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, if you can win in a catcher car event, it's a different experience from winning in the Abrun. It's not the same.
That is a man who has done both. Very interesting.
I guess so, yeah.
How would you describe the difference between the Abrun? Is it that being alone, that all to do with you, and is the distraction that much greater at a flagship event?
No, I mean, it's just such a different experience. Like in the Abrun, you're by yourself. Oh, you're done with that. Okay, I'm done. In the flagship run with the catcher car catching, it's like all these cars coming out of nowhere, and it's like all these chaos and TV cameras, and it's just a big experience. The Abrun is like, okay, I'm done.
Fascinating, because the words that you're saying have clearly possibly affected Joe Fukuda today, who was the odds-on favourite for many people to win. This race is by far from over. The battle is on, but Japan, as always, are still in the headlines, still at the front of the picture, with Tomoya Watanabe, who is currently the fastest man out there.
Yeah, he's struggling a little bit now, but he's still on pace for a new global record.
Milne is in 6th position, running in Battersea Park in London. Now, Milne, if he can get some information from somewhere there, just needs to kick a little harder. You can see from the graphic on screen that Milne is looking like the next runner to be caught. 7th position, Ortega. Trujillo Ortega from Mexico City. This has got us all going, wow. He's had to deal with the heat and the altitude at over 2,400 meters. That is the altitude of Mexico City, but he still looks to be going well. An up runner, of course.
Super, super impressive experience. He's like twitching a bit with his head. You can really see he's struggling now, but wow, this guy's working hard for it.
This has been an impressive performance, a very unique style. He's got his own idiosyncrasies about his technique, but it's good, it's fast, and I would never have guessed that we'd have a runner from Mexico City. It's good to see Quispe there on the left, looking strong in Breda, another superstar, but from back in 2014 and 2015. 1:15. Could this be 2024, the year of the old guns coming back to the top with Stelmark and possibly Kispe? Your thoughts, Michelle?
Just seeing Milner there, and as you said, he looks to be caught soon, but I've just had a quick look. He raced the Hamburg Marathon literally just last week, so he clearly hadn't had enough. He ran 2:35 there, a very good course there as well, but just thinking about that marathon last week and thought, do you know what, I'm going to come back this time round and I'm going to just run an extra 20k on top of a marathon.
Extremely impressive. Wow.
I'd like to turn your attention to the right of your screens. Let's go back to Poznan. They've already taken the women's race with Dominika Stelmark. Could Poznan do the double? Because Dariusz Nuzinski has just moved up into 5th position. He's another very experienced Wings for Life World Run athlete runner. He was 2nd in the global race for the past 2 years. With Joe Fukuda out of the way, could Dariusz Nuzinski be coming with a late run surge?
3rd time's a charm, they say. I wouldn't bet against him.
Well, these are great pictures. Milne now, I'm amazed that he's off the back of a marathon performance. Still looking fresh, plenty of local support in Battersea Park for Milne. Looking to find a little extra pace. Kachikar is very close, and he's done. Milne is out. That's the last of the runners in Battersea Park. Over 62 kilometers. Superb performance.
And running on a track like that as well is
Well, it's got
taxing mentally.
Advantages and disadvantages because, for example, he has continuous support the entire way through. There doesn't have to be that long of a stretch. But I think here, our runner in Mexico City, Alexis Trujillo Ortega, might be the next one that gets caught. He's battling it out there at altitude, in heat, in humidity, by himself. I mean, what a run from...
Oh, no, it's going to be in Poznan, Michelle. It looks like Dariusz Nuzinski has kicked too soon. Oh, it will not be the double in Poland. Here is Nuzinski caught by Adam Małysz in Poznan, Poland. I thought the double may well be on the cards for the Polish runners in front of the home crowd. That is not the case. And let's not forget, we're just 2 minutes away from another 4-kilometer increase in the speed of the Kachikar. This men's race will finish fast. 63.16 kilometers for Dariusz here. Brilliant performance. He has never been out of the top 2 in every one of his national races, and he's been in the global top 2 twice as well. It's another win. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's his 6th win at national level. Ortega's been caught. Breaking news, Ortega has been caught leaving 4 in the race. Munich, Vienna, Fukuoka and Breda in the Netherlands. But it doesn't look like Kispe in the Netherlands that's out in front to me.
It's Valentin Poncelet, if I'm not mistaken.
Well spotted, Belgium runner.
Belgian. He actually ran earlier this year in April, just the beginning of, so last month, the Paris Marathon, so another experienced runner. 2:23, his race result from Paris, pretty much exactly a month ago. And if we compare him to the runner who's running in Munich, Max Ram, he has a very similar marathon PB to him. But again, these are distances now. I mean, we're well than 20 kilometers beyond that marathon distance. So a very, very different race and still looking pretty strong. Someone who is experienced in those over distances is the man we've just seen on screen there in Vienna.
Yeah, and also running a marathon even just a month ago is really tight. Like, you usually need quite a bit of recovery after a race like that.
Okay, here we go. Another 4 kilometers of speed is added to the Kachikar. Now it becomes fast and furious. Now we need to decide the winner. Watanabe is out there leading in Fukuoka in Japan and looking very strong indeed. Remember, and please remember, that we're looking to see a runner go above 70 kilometers for a new world record. And Watanabe is on track. Roule of the French runner in Austria is lying second. Poncelet, a Belgian marathon man, in Breda, Holland, is lying third. Max Rahm for Germany is fourth, and Ortega is down in fifth in Mexico. We believe Ortega has just been caught, 4 left in the running. Now we're checking whether Watanabe is still on track to hit that 70 kilometers. He slowed down a little. Understandably, Aaron, but the pace is starting to drop.
Yeah, he's just on the possible record pace here. So hope he can get some extra energy for the last few meters.
Here's his pace here. There's the time, 4 hours 1, distance 66, 98, 99, 67 kilometers. Can Watanabe hit the magic 70-kilometer mark?
And the interesting thing now is it's really pretty much most of the runners, unless somebody finds a really last-minute pace of injection of pace, they will be caught within the next 10-12 minutes. So it's really, really down to the wire now. Who can hold on the longest? Who can really push? Because as you said, the car has also just increased its pace. So it's going to go down right to the wire of who is going to hold on for another 10 minutes or so.
Oh, this is Guillaume Roule on screen. He's second behind Watanabe. There you see him, second position. Still a lot of work for the catcher car to do, but it's up the tempo by 4 kilometers per hour now. At 22 kilometers per hour, 13.7 mph. It's all over in Germany. Rahm is caught in Munich. What a brilliant performance. He's seen off some of the biggest names in the Wings for Life World Run to claim his German title today. But the global title will not go to Munich, Germany. Max Rahm, 65.20 kilometers. The men's winner in Germany. Excellent performance. Beating Joe Fukuda, beating Flo Neuschwander to take that German title. But the global title is just a few kilometers away.
Yeah, in about 10 minutes, we'll know who's winning this year.
Great run, great performance. New name, new winner. There's Kespe out there, so Kespe is still running, third position for the man from Peru. Running and learning his skills high up in the Andes. Poncelet is also holding on, but this is Kespe. Kespe's race is over. Oh, I had this dream of the old guard coming through and taking top position. 2014 and 2015, this man was right up there with Ketema. Good performance from Kespe. Let's go back to Vienna in Austria. Guillaume Roule, French long-distance runner, ultra-marathon runner, still has not matched the pace of Tomoya Watanabe of Japan. Let's get close and up personal with the Frenchman. There he is on the right of your screens.
Yeah, if you compare the two runners right now, Watanabe and Roule, there's really a difference in tempo. I mean, you can see Roule is struggling. Watanabe is really pushing that pace still. And let's hope he can break the 70-kilometer mark. It's going to be just on the meter.
Michel, let's get a word from you on Valentin Poncelet, Belgian marathon man. He now looking a little pained, a little grimace. You can see him turning the head, looking for the car. It looks like Poncelet has accepted the fact that his race is over and it's down to Vienna and Japan. Poncelet is about to be caught by the catcher car. He will win in Breda, Holland, but he will settle for third position in the global race. That is another great performance from Valentin Poncelet.
He looks absolutely elated, and you can really see, as you said, like his energy was fading there at the end because he's running so far on the edge of the road. He was nearly tripping over there, and it just shows he absolutely gave it his all, and he seems to be delighted with that national win for him.
I think he'd come to the end of his pathway. He was looking tired now. Who's going to take it? We have two runners on the left of your screens. Tomoya Watanabe, Guillaume Roule of France, running in Vienna, Austria. is also still pushing the boundaries. 70 kilometers plus is the golden marker, but right now they're battling each other.
And the interesting thing here is you've got one runner with Watanabe in Fukuoka. He's got more speed in his legs, so if he isn't too tired yet, he absolutely has that dominance. Whereas Guillaume Rouet, he is used to 100 kilometers or so he doesn't have that speed. So it's really, can he somewhere find that speed, and can Watanabe hang on?
We're looking at the two screens here. Left has the Japanese runner Watanabe, and he seems to have another kick now. He's really raising the tempo and the pace. To me, Michel, you're the expert here, but Guillaume Roule, he looks in pain. He looks like a little bit like we saw from Poncelet a few moments ago. He's at the end of the road.
The difference with him is that he has got that experience with the over distances, but he can do it at his own pace. He is normally not used to the chaser car behind him, whereas the difference in this race is he can't really choose his pace, and I think that's coming back to bite him right now, because he has the experience, he knows the distance, it's just too fast for him. And you can see the chaser cars there on the bridge behind him. What a beautiful shot that is.
That shot is amazing, with the boat coming under.
Absolutely
with somebody
incredible,
surfing behind
but
it
looks like Vienna, the race might be over any minute now.
Well, let's see.
Yeah, well, let's look at the sprint now from Watanabe.
Watanabe's
he's going
looking for 70 kilometers. Well spotted,
let's hope he can do it.
And as for Guillaume Roule, the French ultra runner, you can see the grimace on the face. A lot of the pace and tempo has gone. Whilst Watanabe, to the left of your screen, running in Fukuoka, is really finding a dig, really pushing. Here comes the catcher car for the man in Vienna, Austria. Guillaume Roule has had a brilliant day. He's taken down the two-time champion, Joe Fukuda, but just when we thought Japan was down and out, they find another, and that runner is looking brilliant now. Tomoyo Watanabe looking at the watch, listening to the experience. The app will tell him when enough is enough, but right now catcher car is looming down on Guillaume Roule here. You can see to the right. He's going to have to accept it. I'm not sure what information he's getting from the cyclists and from the fans on the bridge. But Guillaume here has to accept that Anna Gasser and Reini Simple, the drivers of the catcher car, have put the Frenchman into second position. A remarkable performance that very few saw coming. A big upset in Vienna, Austria. A brilliant run from the Frenchman. And Guillaume Roule, well, 68.16 kilometers. In years gone by, that would have been a comfortable global win.
It also ranks him third on the all-time global list, that distance. That just shows how impressive that performance was from Guillaume Rouet in Vienna. I mean, we're 70 kilometers nearly away from Vienna. We're nowhere near Vienna anymore.
Yeah, what a...
So one left to go. We are watching the kilometers. Can he break the record? Can he break the record now? The magical record of Michael Taylor of 69.92. It is all down to Watanabe.
I think he can do it. It's going to be on the
Watch it on the left of your screens. He's at 69.09.
He's sprinting.
Anderson's record is at 69.92. Watch carefully. He's digging deep, pushing more. The record is about to tumble, surely. Watanabe from Japan is out to beat Michael Taylor's world record of 69.92. Oh, surely that's enough now. Listen to the crowd pushing him on.
But the big question is, can he do 70?
Can he get it to 70? I want the record. I want to see 70. I'm with you all the way, Aaron.
Come on, come on, come on.
Joe Fukuda has the Japanese record at 69.01. Michael Taylor of Great Britain has the world record at 69.92. Right now, Watanabe is at 69.36, but they're pushing him. 39, 69.40. Can Watanabe take it to 70?
The catcher car is just behind him right now.
Oh, it's right behind him. 69.50. Come on, Tomoya. Give us some more. Dig one more time. Surely the world record is there. He kicks again. Watanabe continues to push.
Okay, now it's a 400-meter sprint to go. Come on.
69.63.
I think he might have it. I think he's just injected some extra pace there. I think we're getting close to that 70 mark.
He's pushing the pain barriers beyond belief here. Look at the grimace on the face. It's starting to empty. The tank is running out. Watanabe has one last push for the world record. Watanabe is there. Surely he's going to hit 70. 69.80 is the official distance. Just a few more meters to go for Tomoya Watanabe, and we have a new world record. The catcher car is almost there, and surely Watanabe is going to hit it. Catcher car draws closer. Watanabe,
yes,
it's one last push, and he's
got
done
the record. He's got the
world record is there. Absolutely brilliant from Tomoya Watanabe. Fukuoka in Japan has the new world record. And now, how far is he going to push it? 69.97. Kachikar is not going to get him in time for Watanabe to go above 70 kilometers. And it's there! 70 kilometers. World record is broken. Tomoya Watanabe of Japan has done it.
Woo! So impressive.
12 minutes past midnight, and what have you achieved today?
Oh, that is absolutely brilliant. And an amazing example of just finding another gear when it mattered. Digging deep, driving harder. Everybody around him knows that the world record is up for grabs. Japan take the new world record from Great Britain. And if Joe Fukuda didn't hit them, memories of magic that the fans wanted to see, Watanabe has equaled and bettered it. Absolutely brilliant.
I genuinely cannot believe how he managed to find a second gear there. If you look at the predictions, he was dropping pace, and suddenly he just found that another gear and just absolutely pushed himself over the edge there.
70.09 kilometers. Tomoya Watanabe is the global winner of 2024 and the new world record holder. The Wings for Life World Run Global Winner 2024. Tomoya Watanabe is the new world record holder, and he's done it in style. A brilliant late surge to take the mark to the highest yet. This is what amazes me about these athletes, Michelle, Aaron. He looks fresh.
Just a microphone straight in your face after you've just run 70K. How would you feel about that, Aaron? How did you feel when you were in the same boat?
The thing is, when you've done a performance like this in a few minutes after the race, you're usually pretty fine.
Confirmation of the 2024 Wings for Life World Run result. Watanabe takes the global title and a new world record. Guillaume Rioul of France second, Poncelet from Belgium third, Kispe from Peru 4, Rahm from Germany 5, Nuschwander sixth position, Fischer, Noizinski, Milne and Ortega making up the top 10. But the hero of the day and the super champion from Japan is Tomoya Watanabe. It has been another spectacular, record-breaking Wings for Life World Run. Let's go down to Zaandam and hear from the Chief Executive Officer of the Wings for Life World Run Foundation, Anita Gerhardt.
What a day it was. It's
almost impossible to put into words all the different emotions I went through, all the amazing encounters I had, and the atmosphere. It was just everything I hoped for and more. I just love the World Run here in Sada. And 265,818 world runners managed to raise together 8 million euros for spinal cord research. And 100% of that money will go towards research projects that give hope for spinal cord injured people. And this has been an incredible day for the foundation, and I'd like to thank all world runners, all volunteers, all sponsors for helping us to create magic today. Thank you so much.
The 11th Wings for Life World Run of 2024 will be remembered as the record-breaking year. Over 250,000 participants, over 8 million euros raised to find a cure for spinal cord injury, and a new world record from the men. From everybody here at Race Control, we thank you for your donations, your performance, and being part of this amazing family. From all of the team here in the commentary box, from all of the Wings for Life Foundation, many thanks for your company. It's goodbye for now.
Let's get it, guys. Let's run for those who can. Let's go! Yes! 1.57 away from